And we're live. All right, how we doing, everyone? How we doing? Okay. Let's see here. I just want to like double check, make sure everything's sorted here before I get into it. I'm gonna do the tier list first. I know this is what most people are gonna be like more interested in, right? But obviously it's gonna take a bit for everyone to get into chat, typically speaking, right? So, yeah, we're gonna start with the tier list, and then anyone who missed the tier list will simply just have to go and watch the VOD later. Chattis, how we doing? How we doing? Yeah, so I'm gonna like double check that I actually did that. Yep, okay. So, plan for today, I'm gonna do the Twilight Masquerade tier list, my predictions for how this format will pan out, and then we're gonna be going to the Limitless deck builder without these blocks in the way. These are just to prevent to like not show the ads here, right, on tier list maker. But yeah, we're gonna go to the Limitless deck builder, and we're gonna build a bunch of decks, and it's gonna be a good time. So I'm just gonna jump right into it. I have a group of decks here I picked out to rank. Everything here I just assume is gonna be shit, right? Like, I don't know why you'd play anything here. Maybe, I mean, like, I like stuff like Zard Bib, like, could be the best way to play Charizard, right? Or like a Tatsugiri focused variant of Dragapult, right? That could apply to as well, right? I don't know. We're not gonna bother ranking all this though. We're gonna stick to the more meta prevalent stuff. So right off the bat, I think we're just gonna start with Lugia. Lugia is really weird because Lugia doesn't really gain any consistency. However, it gains so much through legacy energy that it's actually insane, right? I think Lugia actually gains consistency from the fact that you're not attacking with the stage 1 for most of the game anymore, right? Like, you can still attack with Giratina, but it's not like your lone game plan by any means, right? So yeah, I think Lugia is well positioned. I think it is a deck I would say is better positioned in the meta than I'd want it to be, just because of its lack of consistency. So for now, I'm gonna put it in tier 1. We'll see how I rank everything else. Ogerpon Raging Bolt is actually a deck I like the idea of more than I thought I would. Basically, it's just like we play Raging Bolt right now, except Ogerpon is just like a strict upgrade to like the insane amount of what's its face, Sandy Shocks you play right now, right? The big thing for this deck that I've noticed, this is one of the few decks I've actually played with so far, right? I haven't played most of these decks, by the way. I think that's very important to note here, right? But I have played a bit of Ogerpon Raging Bolt, and one thing I've noticed is like the lack of bench space. If you have like Greninja, Mew, Squawkabilly, then all of a sudden you only have one Ogerpon for your 2 Raging Bolts, and then it kind of just like gets really mid. So you need like a minimum of like 2 Raging Bolts, because you obviously want to get max value from Sada, and then you need 2 Ogerpons, right? And then when something is knocked out, then you bench Sandy Shocks, and then you start really going off, right? But then all of a sudden we can't bench Mew, Squawk, and Ninja, and the reason Mew specifically is important is because of Unfair Stamp, right? So Ogerpon's weird to me. I think, and this is going to apply to a lot of decks, I think tier 1.5 is going to primarily consist of a lot of these big beat stick decks, right? Big basics, relatively big HP, infinite damage, right? Because what we need to figure out is which big basic beat stick deck beats Dragapult the best, and more like importantly, what big basic beat stick deck can beat Dragapult and then keep up with the rest of the format, right? Because that's the big story so far, I think, for a lot of people, is that Dragapult's BDIF, but Dragapult's worst inherent matchup, I think, is just like the big basics, right? Like specifically big basic 2 prizers. So yeah, that's gonna be really, really interesting to see. But for now, I'll put Ogerpon here in 1.5. Goldingo, I think tier 2 is like generous, surely. Like, I don't think Dingo is like, again, like Dingo isn't bad, but like, why would you play Goldingo when you could play like all these other decks, right? Like, there's nothing about Goldingo that's like particularly better or worse than, or no, just like better at all. It's just kind of worse than like Ogerpon, or whether once we get to it, like decks like Miraidon, Future Hands, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really, I don't, unless Goldengo gained some card that I just, like, have never heard of, I don't see how Goldengo's, like, ever better than tier 2, let alone tier 3. So I think we put it on tier 3 for now. Pow's tier 2. And that's weird to say, but I feel like the meta as a whole is just a lot more hostile to Pow next format. Dragapult in particular is just like a bad matchup, straight up. That's 60 snipe, right? Assuming Dragapult variants end up playing cards like TMD Evolution, a single copy of TMD Evolution is enough. Like, it doesn't mean Pow can't beat Dragapult, but it's not like, it's not the matchup we're looking for, right? I could see a world where Pow goes up to tier 1, very likely goes up to 1.5, but for now, I just feel better putting it in 2, because, like, this set is like a net loss for Pow, if that makes sense, right? The set feels like a net loss for Pow, and that's not really good, because Pow stocks are like already kind of on the decline, like with the way the meta is progressing in current standard, and I don't think that's going to slow down. Lost Zone with Greninja, as though like any Greninja variant, right? Paradox Box, etc. I think it's pretty good. It's like maybe here. But I'm actually pretty okay with putting it in tier 1. And that's because you gain a couple of really fun cards, mainly the Blood Moon Ursaluna. You're one of the decks that once you thin down, you're like pretty okay with handling resets, Unfair Stamp, right? So like it just, yeah, I'm kind of concerned about the Pult matchup. But like I don't think your Pult matchup is like unreasonably terrifying, especially because you're playing the 4 switch cards, right? Not that I think Pult is like a good matchup, but with Roaring Moon, what's it called, and yeah, with Roaring Moon and Iron Hands in particular, I think the matchup could be swung quite a lot because you have like some really explosive two price turns, right? I think Pow will stay very good. Pow is fast setting up, and by the time Pult sets up, Pow's like 4 price. I don't think that's true though. I don't think that's true. I think the core issue is that let's say you go first as Pow, right? For that to apply, you have to first hit either turn 1 Greninja or turn 2 Greninja or turn 2 Iron Hands, right? Realistically speaking, that's not probable, right? That is not the average Pow turn 1 or turn 2, right? So let's assume you're, hitting with a Pow, right? Okay, they set up the first Dragapult of the game. They start setting up with Dracloaks, right? And then they go like 60 on a Bidoof or Barrel or whatever it is, right? Whatever you have set up. You take the first knockout of the game, or you take the first or second knockout, depending on your start of the game after that. Okay, cool. Unfair Stamp, knock out both barrels. What now? Because you can do that, right? After one snipe, 60 on a barrel, even if you have 2 barrels, right? You go boss Unfair Stamp, kill both the barrels. GG's. Pack it up. Scoop up your cards. It's done. There's nothing else. What card would you even draw to draw out of losing both your barrels in one turn on turn 3 of the game? Like, what are you hitting? I don't actually think it's a Dragapult in the active as well. It's not some dumbass Sableye shenanigans. It's a fucking Dragapult, right? Like, you need, what is it, like, it's 6? I want to say it's 6. Yeah, you need 6 energy to knock it out. Like, it was like, you don't come back from that, right? God forbid they play TMD Evolution. Like, even if they don't, just knocking out both the barrels in one turn that early with an Unfair Stamp is just, yeah. I'm gonna say I was watching Tricky Gem stream. Yeah, but those are like early lists, right? Like I don't know the lists we're playing with, right? But if a deck can kill both the barrels on turn 3 of the game with an Unfair Stamp, Pow loses to it. Period. End of story. There is literally not a combination of cards you could draw off of Unfair Stamp that even gets you back into the game. Forget improbable. It is literally impossible. You'd have to start playing research. And I mean, that just, we're not playing research in POW, right? Right, guys? Alright. But yeah, again, with Lost Box, I'm not really, like, super hyped on Lost Box's, Pult matchup, but I do think you are one of the decks that are, like, more likely to bounce back from Unfair Stamp. But, like, you have to bounce back very fast. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I, like, don't really like Comfey that much right now. I think Comfey as a draw engine is good, but it's too frail. And that's really easy to exploit. Same goes for Radzard. I think Radzard is, like, really good right now as well. But it's definitely taking a worse Pult matchup, probably, like, a better everything else type of matchup, because I think Radzard as a card has, like, its stocks on the way up. And plus, you're still probably playing Iron Hands in Radzard, right? So, like, you're still doing that. Sableye stocks are also pretty much going up because everyone's too concerned about teching for Dragapult, which means Jirachi stocks are on the all-time low, which means Sableye, go burr, right? Sableye TMD evolution is already a great way to like beat Pult. One thing though is that with Pult stocks up, we might see an increase in cards like Radiant Serena, which would be really, really, really bad for like Sableye based decks, right? So we'll see how all of that pans out. Do you think Radzard and Lost Box will play New Clara? Of course it will. Why wouldn't it? That card's nuts. Lana's is like Lana's something, right? It's just super rod to the hand. That's like perfect for this deck. Again, it's worse than Clara, sure, but like you were very rarely needing all 4 cards you got off of Clara. Like 9 times out of 10, you were getting like Sableye Psychic plus 2 other cards, or Zard Fire plus 2 other cards, right? So it's not that big of a deal that you're getting -1 card. Yeah, so I think SableZard definitely has a spot in the meta. It's kind of like the inverse of these big basic beat stick decks that are also going in 1.5, right? 1.5 is really just my way of saying these decks could very easily be either tier 2 or tier 1, right? But like which tier they end up on is going to very largely depend on how the meta itself pans out. Speaking of big beat stick decks, Miraidon, I think Miraidon's like very well positioned. Low-key, Miraidon in current Temporal Forces standard is a very real deck. The issue is that it has a very bad Charizard matchup, and you're not getting anywhere in this format with a bad Charizard matchup, right? However, with Charizard on the decline, right, I think Miraidon has a lot of potential. Miraidon has a pretty good general Pult matchup, as well as a very good Lugia matchup, and just trades like pretty 50-50 naturally into like the other big basic decks, like big basic beat stick decks. As well as Lost Zone, obviously, with the hands. And I think that's going to be the bulk of the meta, right? So I think Miraidon's really well positioned. I'd almost, like, actually argue to put Miraidon tier 1, but I'm not going to do that yet because I think, on the whole, it gets outclassed by Lugia. But the fact that you have a better Lugia, like, you have a good Lugia matchup, right, might actually make it so that you're just better than Lugia, specifically because you beat Lugia, which is interesting. Turbo Hands is tier 2. It's just kind of not as good as Miraidon, I don't think. I think the big good card you get now next set is Iron Thorns. Iron Thorns EX I think is really cool, and you can do some really cool stuff with this with the 4 Iron Crowns as well. But you know, it's like, yeah, you're beating a lot of stuff with it, but I don't think you're beating most of the stuff at the very top, and I also don't think you're beating a lot of fringe stuff. It's like a very matchup roulette deck, and that screams tier 2 to me. Tina, I'm ready to put in tier 1. I think Unfair Stamp and Blood Moon Ursaluna are just insanely good cards for this deck to get. Blood Moon and Unfair Stamp are just like, surely they're like made for Tina, right? There's a debate on whether or not we still potentially end up playing Prime Catcher in Tina, but I think for now it is probably just Unfair Stamp, and then you just play another switch card and you play the second Counter Catcher again, and then bada bing, bada boom, it's fine, right? So yeah, Tina seems really, really good. I'm really hyped for Tina. I'm very excited for Tina. I think Tina's in a very, very good spot. Arc Tina, on the other hand, I don't know. Arc decks seem very weird going into next set, because I have a hard time imagining I have a very hard time imagining Arc having like a particularly bad Pult matchup, but your Pult matchup isn't like good either. I think you're probably always losing to Pult players who play Scoop Up Cyclone. But then again, you can just play your own Scoop Up Cyclone. I don't know. I feel like Arc is just kind of there, right? I'd be inclined to say Arc Tina is probably going to be the best Arc variant, but it's kind of too early to tell, so I don't know. Do you see Tina with Belt or only Unfair Stamp? It could play Belt. That obviously lets you one-shot a Pult, right? a Zard as well. If we're not playing Iron Leaves and Pult lists end up playing like the 101 Charizard line, then I could see Max Belt stocks going up because you'd want to have like another response since you're not playing Iron Leaves anymore. I could see Max Belt being good, but I think like Unfair Stamp is just such a ridiculously broken card that any deck that can abuse it should abuse it, right? So yeah. I do not think people fully understand how ridiculously broken Unfair Stamp is. That card is going to single-handedly shape the entire meta. Like, hands down, right? I've been talking to people who've been, like, playing a lot of Pult, and they're like, yeah, we just, like, never want to trigger Unfair Stamp, so we're like, setting up damage the entire, game to take, like, a 5 or 6 prize turn to win, right? Literally just to avoid Unfair Stamp. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That card is nasty. Comfy decks, right? Tina, Lost Zone Greninja, Lost Zone Charizard. You literally do not get to go turn 1 Cram Knockout into a Dreepy. Do not. You literally, like, physically, if you turn 1 Cram, kill a Dreepy, okay, Arvin Unfair Stamp. You had 1 turn to thin the deck. You are not drawing out of that. It is absolutely ridiculous. Unfair Stamp is also, like, it's also the card that's, like, killing, there we go. That's like killing Pal, right? Like, it's specifically the Dragapult variants that play Unfair Stamp, and the Dragapult variants that play Unfair Stamp are by far going to be the best. The only other A-Spec that's, like, good in Pult is, like, probably Scoop Up Cyclone. But I think Scoop Up Cyclone is going to be more so of, like, an answer to the meta that evolves, and therefore is not going to actually exist at NAIC. Unfair Stamp is a necessary evil? No, it is fucking not. Roxanne, that's necessary evil. Listen, if Unfair Stamp had the exact same text as Roxanne, but it was an item card, I'd have 0 issues with it. But being able to Unfair Stamp someone on turn 2 is just not okay. I think Unfair Stamp might actually be the most, like, overtuned card this game has seen in a couple of years. And I've played through a lot of Tier 0 formats in my time, okay? Lost Zone decks will start playing Bib because of Stamp? No, they won't. No. Lost Zone decks, what they'll end up doing is they just won't turn 1 Spit. They're just not going to turn 1 Spit. Or they're not going to turn 1 Spit to take a knockout, or they're only going to turn 1 Spit into decks that obviously aren't going to play Unfair Stamp, right? I just think Unfair Stamp is going to force a lot more defensive play. And we already have so much, like, comeback in the game right now that I do think we need some more offense to measure that out. But enough about that. Let's talk about Charizard. I don't know how I feel about Zard. It's odd because Zard's, like, biggest strength is the Pidgeot engine, right? And spoiler alert, I think the best way to play a Pidgeot deck right now is definitely Control. That being said, I don't think Charizard's, like, magically bad, right? TM Devo stocks probably go up. That's bad for Zard. I think bottom of 1.5 is probably fair. I would assume that the deck is going to end up in Tier 2 eventually as this format goes on, but for now, I think it's just too early to say that that's the case. So 1.5 is probably, like, pretty reasonable. Arc Armouge, kind of just the same story as Arctina, right? Like, I don't really see where Arc decks fit into this format. They might slot in. They're probably going to end up adapting in some way. There's, like, plenty of Arc 1 tricks that'll figure out a way. But for now, I feel like it's a very de facto Tier 2 archetype. Damn. Let's talk about Greninja. Greninja is very, very interesting. I don't think... I mean, the Frostlass version of Greninja is, like, kind of cool. But I also think Frostlass is just kind of bait, right? Like, most decks just play around that. Honestly, I think we put this here, and Greninja Pidgeot's a maybe deck. And what maybe means is that I genuinely think Greninja Pidgeot has the potential to be Tier 1. I think that's possible. Depending on how this meta pans out, there might be a very real chance that a deck that gets to like do what Greninja does, which don't get me wrong, like Greninja EX gets to do a lot of stuff, right? You get to Pidgeot 3 times in a turn effectively with your attack, which is just ridiculous, right? But yeah, I think Greninja like has the potential to be up here, but more realistically, it's probably going to be either like tier 2 or tier 3. So it's just maybe. Speaking of maybe decks, I don't think we're talking enough about Dripplin. Now, does this deck probably absolutely get shafted by Dragapult? Yes. Because how does this deck deal with Snipe? We're probably going to have to play like the Rabasca or whatever the fuck it's called, right? Which that's already 3 stage 1 lines in this deck. And then realistically speaking, if you're trying to beat Unfair Stamp plus a Stadium Bump, you probably have to play Barrel. Now that's 4 stage 1 lines. And now we're just like in complete gimmick deck territory, right? That being said, though, a deck that could potentially, with the correct Stadium in play, have 3 quick searches in a turn, and then proceed to hit 300 damage. That seems pretty good to me. 300 damage is with Max Belt, right? So you're doing 100 base, then you're doing Max Belt. That's 150. Then you play the new Kieran Supporter, which I believe gives you a plus 20. Now you're hitting 170. Then you read the ability on Dripplin, and you get to attack twice. Oh, you're hitting 340 on a 1 prizer for 1 energy. That is very good. Like, this deck could genuinely be insanely good. How good it ends up being, I think it is absolutely too early to tell. Because it is very frail. And there's a lot of decks up here that can definitely capitalize on that. Lugia plays Iron Hands. Miraidon plays Iron Hands. What's it called? This plays Iron Hands. This plays Iron Hands, right? This plays Iron Hands. This plays Iron Hands. This deck does not respond well to Iron Hands. Okay, that's the point we're trying to get at. Especially early Iron Hands in combination with like some form of hand disruption and a Stadium Bump, right? Because your draw comes down to your stadiums. So Dripplin to me is like the definition of like a maybe deck, right? Like it has the potential. The potential is right there. But whether or not it can actually fulfill that potential is going to depend on how the meta ends up panning out. Great Tusk is bad. It's bad now. It's always been bad. Please do not play this deck. I beg of you. Genuinely speaking, Ancient Box with 4 Tusk, go for it. That deck's good. Okay, that deck is good. Actual just Great Tusk is shit now and is going to be shit next format, okay? It is literally just a skill check, right? If you lose the Great Tusk, with the exception of games where they like turn 1 mil 3 rods or whatever the fuck it is, right? Like no deck should be losing the Great Tusk. No player should be losing the Great Tusk, right? You lose the Pult, you lose to Tina, you lose to Lugia, and yet somehow a good Zard player and good PAL player will still find a way to beat Great Tusk. Like, this deck is just straight up not good. It's not like, this is not even like an opinion. It's just a fact. Like, you have no real skill expression with Great Tusk. Your entire game plan is hoping that on the first 2 turns of the game, you mill every important resource in your opponent's deck. If your opponent does not like go like, oh, I'm going to overcommit all my resources and play them for you so that I don't have them for late game, right? Then yeah, you win. But like, a competent player should always be beating Great Tusk. You have no excuses to be losing to Great Tusk. Ever. Enough of that. Roaring Moon. Probably tier 2. Maybe up here. Probably here. The main reason I say that is just because while sure Moon is good, like, it probably just is worse than Lugia, Miraidon, and Raging Bolt, which theoretically do the same thing. Doesn't exactly do the same thing. The Baby Moon does give you some versatility, but on the whole, I don't think Moon really does anything special right now. Yeah, well, I mean, it could be up here. It could, but I think for now, tier 2 is like a pretty fine spot to play it, right? Yeah, it doesn't gain anything, but it also doesn't lose anything. Actually, no, here's what happens. Dragapult, 60 on Dunsparce. That's what it loses. You stay in tier 2. Gardevoir, Monkey Dory. I love this deck. I think this deck is really good. I think this deck, like, I genuinely think Gardevoir has so much potential right now. Genuinely, I think Gardevoir with Monkey Dory could, like, be a BDIF contender. I think Gardevoir is really good. And I'm very ready to jump on the Gardevoir hype train for NAAC if it comes to it. I think the Munkidori is just like such a huge buff for the deck. As well as Unfair Stamp. There's a lot of A-Specs running around in Gardevoir lists right now. I think Unfair Stamp is the best one. Because any deck that can abuse Unfair Stamp is immediately good, right? One thing you'll notice is that in Tier 1, like, spoiler warning, I'm fairly certain the only deck in Tier 1 that doesn't play Unfair Stamp is going to be Lugia, right? And Lugia only gets to be in Tier 1 because it gets to abuse the hell out of Gift Energy, right? So, yeah. Ancient Box. I actually think Ancient Box gets better next set, except it insta loses to Unfair Stamp. I'm fairly certain that Roaring Moon is just going, like, Ancient Box, right, is going to be, okay, we lose to every deck that plays Unfair Stamp and beat every deck that does not play Unfair Stamp, which, theoretically speaking, is, like, a pretty good matchup spread, right? I think new Kyrian Supporter is, like, a straight upgrade for the deck. I think it's really good. You just get to play Penny and, like, a damage mod in the same card, which is really, really good. And besides that, it just, like, still has good matchups. You just need to, like, not lose to Unfair Stamp, right? So, I'm, like, bottom of tier 1.5. It's most likely tier 2, but bottom of 1.5 is probably where to put it. Bro, who's holding a gun to your head right now? You're a Guardy's big hater? I was a Guardy hater in Paradox Rift. I think Guardy was just kind of alright in Temporal Forces. Munkidori is the savior of this deck, right? Absolutely. I'm going to hold off on Pult for now. Blissey is very, very interesting. Because I think Blissey as a card is, like, really, really good. I just don't know that we know how to actually abuse Blissey correctly yet. It's, like, probably here? Maybe? Yeah. I mean, it's, like, well, then again, like, I feel like Blissey, like, probably loses to Tina. It, like, probably loses the Guardy. It, like, probably loses to Lugia. It probably beats Pult. It probably beats Pult pretty well. But, like, is that enough? It's probably down here, then, right? Like, right behind all the big beatstick decks, but in front of the Arc decks. I think it's, like, relatively fair. I think it's more so, like, actually, we're going to put it here. Not because, like, it's worse than the tier 2 decks, but because I think it has more potential than the tier 2 decks. Like, that, like, tier 2 decks are probably going to stay tier 2. Maybe decks I could see all the way up in tier 1 potentially, right? I think it's just a matter of, like, figuring out how to best abuse Blissey as a card. I think Blissey EX as a card is very, 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 very powerful. But I don't think we know how to properly utilize it yet, which makes it maybe, right? Dialga is... okay, low-key, Dialga is probably still tier 1. Like, Dialga doesn't, like, gain or lose anything. Like, Dialga probably starts playing Blood Moon. Blood Moon's, like, a pretty good fit into Dialga. But... no, your Pult matchup's probably still fine. Like, you're fine into all of this. Yeah, are there any good 70 HP Bellums, though? Let's look that up. Hold up. A 70 HP, 1 retreat. Right there. This Beldum definitely has the better attack. But... this is, yeah, 70 HP, 1 retreat. This is not standard, right? No. Yeah, so we do have a Beldum that can, survive Bolt. I think Dialga might actually just be tier 1. Like, Dialga's matchup spread just remains very good. I guess we lose to Unfair Stamp, though. But then again, like, we also don't need to play into Unfair Stamp. As a matter of fact, we could probably even, like, play Unfair Stamp. Right? Yeah, I don't know. I actually like Dialga right now. Dialga probably could fall down, but I think for now, Dialga tier 1 seems fair. Block Slacks is... probably like here, low-key. maybe. Yeah, like Block Slacks gets better. Block Slacks gets better technically, but I don't know. I'm kind of like, I don't know about Block Slacks. It's just weird. I also feel like, no, I think Block Slacks like here is fine. It's just still like a matchup roulette deck. You either hit good matchups or you hit bad matchups, and you're just kind of like farmed, right? Is Greninja EX really that bad? I don't think so. There's a reason it's in maybe here. I like just for people coming in. Maybe tier means it could be literally anywhere here, like anywhere on this tier list. Probably like never tier 0. I also don't think there's a tier 0 deck, by the way. I don't think there is. But yeah, I think Greninja could go up here, but I'm not confident that's the case. It could also end up down here. It's just really hard to tell, right? I also think a lot of these like archetypes down here are going to be less explored because NAIC is such a high stakes tournament, and people are going to play what they feel comfortable with and what they feel like is a safe play, right? And if you need a safe play for your invite, you're never picking like Driplin or Greninja when you could play any of the above decks, right? Miraidon tier 1 wins against Dragapult, Zatu, Blissey, Guardian, Lugia. Yes, but you're still Miraidon, right? We were talking about this earlier where Miraidon has a worse matchup spread than Lugia, but it beats Lugia, so the fact that it beats Lugia might make it tier 1, right? Like, there's a reason Miraidon is the top of tier 1.5. The tiers are ordered, by the way. These tiers are ordered. And they will continue to be ordered. Actually, hold up. Now they're ordered. Yeah. Alright, enough about that. Espathra. Why? You could play Espathra into Pult, but, like, what does that achieve? Because you're not doing any relevant damage. You can't farm Zard, right? Like, I don't think Espathra was good last format, and now its best matchup just disappeared. Like, I don't really see why we would be playing Espathra. I guess, like, Espathra's, like, probably tier 3, but yeah, I don't really see why we would ever play Espathra. You could probably play like a 1/1 Espathra tech line in like Gardevoir or Banette or whatever, right? But Espathra itself as a deck is probably just like never worth playing right now. Luxray EX is another maybe deck, just because I think the attack is very powerful, especially when you have a Pokemon with that much HP. It's kind of like the same story as Greninja, right? Like, if Pidgeot Control is not the best abuser of Pidgeot for some reason, right? Then one of these two decks or Zard is going to be, right? These are the two new contenders to what Zard was doing last format. Except what Zard was doing last format is just less powerful now than it was earlier, right? So yeah, I think both Luxray and Greninja kind of fall into the same category. Obviously, Greninja is more offensive, Luxray is more defensive and more controlling, right? But I do think both decks have a lot of potential, but it's going to come down to how the meta actually pans out, right? Which we just can't say for certain yet. Pidgeot Control. I think this deck is really good, but I do not think you should play it or respect it for NAIC. Which makes it really hard to rank because NAIC is like kind of the only real tournament of this format, right? I genuinely think Pidgeot Control has BDIF potential, but I don't think anyone is going to properly figure out how to build it, and then no one's going to figure out how to tech against it either, right? It's going to be a lot like EUIC, where I think it's very easy to say, like, okay, if we play this, and this, we beat this type of Pidgeot Control, but the issue is that no one actually knows what Pidgeot Control looks like yet, and because no one knows what Pidgeot Control looks like, you can't tech for it. But that being said, if no one knows what it looks like, the only people who are going to play Pidgeot Control are just like a very small group of like Control, you know, veterans, right? Like Control tryhards, right? Like, yeah, sure, Sander Voracek, Alessandro Kramascoli, Emma Hagen, even like Grant Manley, low-key, probably could end up on playing, like, Control or some shit, right? Like, any, like, notable Control player you can think of is probably going to be playing Pidgeot control to NAIC. But, like, why would you ever tech for 5 potential players in a room of 3,000 players? Like, that is absolutely a throw, right? You have to let other people beat that stuff for you. So I do not think you should be playing Pidgeot unless you are like literally talking to one of the best control players in the world. You should not be playing Pidgeot, and you should not be teching for Pidgeot. I think it is a colossal waste of your time. After NAIC, once we have like, oh, this is how we're playing Pidgeot control, right? Like this is the archetype, right? Then after that, yeah, tech for control, play control, do what you want with it, right? But specifically for NAIC, I just do not think I can ever justifiably tell someone to play control, right? Unless you are literally just that guy, right? But you gotta be that guy. Give Pidgeot control to Azul, and within the week it's BDIF? Maybe. I have less confidence in that. Speaking of tier 0 formats, I shot you a DM. I don't want to see people complaining about tier 0 until we get a meta chart that looks like what I sent you. Oh god. Oh, it's a Dragapult. It's a Dragon Ball one. Yeah, I saw that show on Twitter. All right, enough about that. But net. Oh god. I think the fact that Dracloak is like a really good stage 1 that you're playing several copies of is really bad for Banette because you're not able to item lock rare candy. It's weird. It's probably just like another maybe deck. Again, kind of just depends like how this meta pans out. Like everything in tier 2 and above is gonna stay in tier 2 or above, right? Like I have very little doubt about that. Like POW, Hands, Moon, some of the Arc decks like probably could fall off, but that wouldn't be because they're bad. That's just because they'd be outclassed by one of these other decks doing the same thing better, right? So yeah, Banette seems like a pretty fair maybe deck. There's so many decks here you lose to, and there's so many decks here you should just be beating that I don't know. It's weird. Palafin is another very just Palafin EX is just such a like an objectively broken card, right? Like 340 HP and attacking relevant damage for 1 energy is absolutely overtuned, but getting it into play and finding a deck that gets it into play consistently is going to be hard, right? I also think Lightning Weakness is at its detriment because of Miraidon. Although you're like so tanky that you're never getting knocked out by Hands, which is really funny. But decks that do play Hands are able to do stuff like cram into Amp, right? Which means that you're pretty forced to like pick up your Palafin early. And I think that's one thing that deck is going to be doing a lot. Like Palafin is going to be looping their Palafins. That's how the deck is going to have to function. But again, it just boils down to like, why would you take a risk with a new gimmicky archetype that we don't really know how to build yet when you're going into the most important tournament of the year? You should be playing something safe, and that's tier 2 and above. Everything here is probably a solid safe pick for NAAC. But there's just like not like these decks all have potential and maybe, but why would you? I don't feel like you could ever justifiably pick them unless you're like going in to like break the meta, right? Yeah, then just fold. That's fair. Getting into play is hard part, but Miraidon is more popular than Zabad. Oh yeah, you're losing to Miraidon. You're probably losing to Control, but like you have 340 HP. Like I don't actually think we understand how much 340 HP is on a attacker that has like what is like 1 energy 250. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous, right? You start using Turo on this thing, right? Nah, that's OP. That's so ridiculously good, right? Abusing Palafin is going to be like one of the major mysteries of this format. So yeah, once Palafin is figured out, I genuinely think it has tier 1 potential. But there's no way we can justifiably sink time into figuring out Palafin when you could play a safer deck, right? All right. Speaking of gimmicky decks, Regidrago Ogerpon is probably tier 3. I want this deck to be good. It is a upgrade for Regidrago. You're just playing the Ogerpons, you draw cards, you play Energy Switch, and then you do your Regidrago things, but you're still losing to Unfair Stamp, and it's probably just like a gimmick deck, right? I do think it has potential. I would be more confident in Regidrago than like any of these other tier 3 decks, but it's a gimmick through and through, right? And yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know if I can like ever really say that this deck is going to be good enough, which is a shame because I love Regidrago, right? He's my boy. Okay. Ogerpon Mask Change. Yeah, you go into tier 3 as well. I want Ogerpon with the Mask card to be good, but unfortunately the Ogerpons themselves just aren't good enough to genuinely make that work, right? I think all the individual Ogerpons not named Hearthflame are all individually good cards, right? There's definitely a couple of these archetypes up here that will find a way to abuse Cornerstone, what's called Cornerstone, there we go, right? And then Wellspring is also just like a very good card. Like Wellspring Ogerpon is a deceptively good card. And then Teal Mask has use cases in Teal Mask Ogerpon with Raging Bolt. I think is a really good deck. But all three in the same deck, because like Hearthflame just kind of doesn't have text, unfortunately. All three in the same deck just doesn't do enough, in my opinion, which I think is a shame because it's a really cool concept. I think Arcdrago is still the best way to play Drago, but if Arcdrago is the best way to play Drago, then it falls down here, right? I thought Moon was I thought Moon was totally dead with the release of Pult. No. Yeah, you have a bad Pult matchup, but fundamentally speaking, you're still good into like basically everything else, and you also have like out of like the tier 2 beat stick decks, right? I think the best beat stick decks in the format are going to be Lugia, Dialga, Miraidon, Ogerpon. There's probably very little reason to play Moon, Turbo Hands, and Pow when you can play these other decks, but Moon having like the best one prize attackers out of all of the decks I just mentioned, I do think that is very valuable, right? Thank fuck Ogerpon doesn't seem broken as it is in VGC. Nah, I would have loved to see like a broken Ogerpon archetype. I think that'd be fun. Got me there, honestly. I'll try Drago Ogerpon then. Real. Alright. Well, it's time. I can't dodge anymore. Where am I ranking Dragapult, and what Dragapult variant do I think is the best? Starting off, Dragapult Charizard is the best way to play Dragapult in my opinion. First of all, there's no tier 0 deck. I think Dragapult Charizard is BDAF. Let me tell you why. You have a draw engine. It's called Dracloak, right? You set up your Dragapult early. You start swinging into stuff. You do your Dragapult thing. You unfair stamp. You do whatever, right? You set up early as a result of your Charizard. If you don't have your Charizard, that's fine. You use it late game, right? Your Charizard can theoretically set up three Dragapults at once, right? Because you go fire, 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 and then you just attach a Psychic every turn and you're chilling, right? I don't think it's going to be clunky because you literally just play a 101 line of Charizard, right? It's basically just straight Dragapult with a 101 Charizard line, right? And you're playing the 4 candies anyway, probably, so you're chilling. No, you are not playing Pidgeot in this. We're not playing Pidgeot in this. It is just straight Dragapult with a 101 Charizard line. Nothing else, right? You're going to be playing stuff like Manaphy and Tatsugiri and Rotom and Luminion, right? And like all the usual suspects. But it's going to play very similar to current Charizard, right? Kind of mixed with like Gardevoir in a way, right? Where you're keeping your Dracloaks on the board because they're your draw engine, right? And I think that's going to be the best way to play Dragapult. The second best way to play Dragapult is with the Lost Zone engine. And I actually think that goes exactly right there. I think Dragapult with Lost Zone is really good because of the inherent synergy between Dragapult EX and Sableye. I think abusing this in the same deck is just ridiculously good. Like, oh my god. Like, oh, you have a Giratina play? Yeah, sure, bud. Let me just 60 that and then go 1-5. Oh, what's that? I have 5 on something. Oh, you're playing, I don't know, Lost Zone. Dope. Next turn, yeah, Sableye, 20, 70. Okay, cool. 40. fun times, right? I just think that is insanely good synergy that I don't think we're talking enough about that. Like, is it going to be clunky? Probably, right? Probably is going to be pretty clunky. It's also like the only Dragapult variant that most likely will not be playing Unfair Stamp. It could still be playing Unfair Stamp, but it's probably more likely to play Prime Catcher. And I think that's fine because you have the Lost Zone engine. And Lost Zone engine plus Drag Cloak, kind of good. I don't know. This could flop, but I think this archetype has a genuine tier 1 potential. That aside, Dragapult Pidgeot and Dragapult Xatu are probably both somewhere in tier 1.5. And that's because, like, as good as they're just, I think they both effectively do the same as Dragapult Charizard. And why would you play a worse deck, like a worse version of what is probably BDAF, right? Seems really crammed. You just don't play other cards. You play 4 Comfeys. You probably play like a 3-3-2 Dragapult line somewhere in that angle, right? And then you play 1 Cram, 1 Sableye, a Greninja, and you call it a day, right? Like, you're not playing that much more than the average Lost Zone archetype. So yeah, I think we put Dragapult, Pidgeot, probably like here, and Dragapult Xatu here. Yeah, I'm actually very happy with this list, all things considered. I'm very, very happy with this list. Nothing's in tier 0. And, yeah, I think this is a good tier list. So I'm going to take a screenshot of this so that I can piss off Twitter later, because, oh boy, are they going to have bone to pick with this. And there we go. And, yeah. Let's see here. Desktop. Sure. Dope. Okay. Magnezone tier 0. Trust. Alright, yeah. So going over every tier, and what every tier means. Tier 1, BDIF potential, right? Bare minimum, these are the best archetypes in the game. I think there's a lot of very, very, very strong contenders right now. Which decks in tier 1 end up being good and which decks fall off, I don't know. We don't know until what's it called? NAAC, right? And the set generally comes out, I think tomorrow on live, if I'm not mistaken, right? All of these decks have the potential to be really, really good. Tier 1.5, all of these decks could be tier 1. But there's something that, like, is potentially holding them back. Right now, I would not be surprised if Miraidon and Raging Bolt Ogerpon ended up in tier 1. And I think everything else is, like, probably, like, staying in 1.5 or, like, maybe being bumped down to tier 2 type of thing. Tier 2 decks are all good, but I think get outclassed by something above them to some degree. I think if you're playing Control, you should just, like, not be playing Block Sacks, you should be playing Pidgeot, right? If you're playing a big Beat Stick deck, why would you play Roaring Moon, Turbo Hands, or Chin Pow when you could play Lugia, Dialga, Miraidon, or Raging Bolt, right? And then with Arc decks, while they're good and they're versatile, I also just think they're not really that well suited to the current meta, although they are also the most likely, like, they're the most likely to fall into tier 3, but they're also the most likely to, like, carve out a niche in the format, and through that get into, like, tier 1.5, tier 1 type of deal, right? Would not Gardevoir become BDIF if Dragapult does not so? Maybe? I don't think you're ever playing Double Monkey Dory in Gardevoir, first of all. I mean, in theory, yes. In practice, it's just so much more complicated than that, right? So it's hard to say. But yeah, all the decks in maybe have genuine potential to come all the way up to tier 1 to tier 1, right? However, going into specifically NAIC, I just don't think there's enough time to crack the format. Any of these decks could be genuine dark horse contenders at NAIC if any testing group decides to bring them out. But I have a very hard time imagining someone willing to put in the time and energy to one of these archetypes when you could just play it safe, right? Tier 3 is just kind of mid. Like, theoretically, these decks are good, but in practice, it's just like, what's the point, right? They're viable, they're fine, but I just don't see a world where we're choosing to play these decks over, like, anything above them. And then finally, there's Great Tusk, which is this, like, a deck that has somehow found a way to lose to every deck in the format, which is frankly pretty impressive, right? So yeah, that's the tier list. I'm gonna put some chapstick on real quick. And yeah, I think what we're going to do for the rest of the stream here is we're going to go one deck by one from best deck to worst deck. And we're going to build deck lists. Not for Pidgeot control. I have no idea how to build Pidgeot control. We're not building Pidgeot control. Yeah, so that's the plan. We're going to be building some decks here. And this will also just give everyone like a good idea of like a solid base 60. Another thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go open the City Leagues tab here just to give ourselves some inspiration here. And also let me like, there we go. That's better. Just like for the ads on tier list maker, I'm going to be bothered to deal with that. So we're going to be using this as some inspiration here. When building decks, and then we're just going to jump right into it, and I'm going to start with I'm going to start with some Pult here. Okay, I did not like that. All right, so Dragapult, how do I spell Dreepy? It's like Dreep? No. Alright, I guess I'm asking City League. Hello. How do I spell Dreepy? It's double E. Okay, that makes sense. That is not a P. Hi. Here we go. This is going great. Is this legal? It is legal, but we're definitely never playing it. Okay, 4 Dreepy. Dracloak. Thank you. Probably 3 Dracloak. I don't think you're ever playing more, right? I think this seems fine. Gonna yoink a Charizard EX and a Charmander. It's probably always 70 HP Charmander with Blazing Destruction, right? If we're playing 1 Charmander, I'd assume so. We could be playing Ember Charmander, but I don't know how you're ever powering this thing up because you only have 1 Charizard. So, is predicting 30% Charizard play rate at NAIC realistic? Absolutely fucking not. Dragapult will be less than 20%. It'll be less than 20%. We are not in the tier 0 format that people are making it out to be. Dragapult is good. It's probably BDIF. It is not a tier 0 deck. It is not a tier 0 deck. I genuinely, looking at this tier list, everything in tier 1 can genuinely beat Charizard. And as long as that's true, that is a lot more decks that could that can genuinely beat Dragapult, than decks that could beat, say, Lugia and Silver Tempest, right? Like, forget that. The amount of decks in tier 1 are the amount of decks that existed in Silver Tempest format as a result of Lugia's dominance, right? So no, we are not in the tier 0 format. And if we're not in the tier 0 format, we're not going to have even close to 30%. But it beats Zard, so it's tier 0. That's a very Swedish opinion of you. No, I'm kidding. Tatsugiri is a very good card, by the way. Please play Tatsugiri in like half of the decks in the format, please, when you're deck building. You're going to see Tatsugiri go into a lot of decks today. Rodom here with instant charge, and let me get a Lumen. Cool. Is there anything else we'd like play in this? I guess I'll take a look. I want to see specifically a Pult Zard list. This is playing a heavier Zard count. Radiant Kazam. Interesting. Do we even play a Radiant Pokemon in this? Is that even worth? Do you think Tatsugiri would work in Guardy to help to find Arven? Yeah. I don't hate Tatsugiri and Guardy as like an idea. For sure. It probably just does the same as Stellar Wish Jirachi did before, right? It's like a maybe card, in my opinion. The Zard format we just is in as much more of a tier 0 format. I could see that. I agree with that. Lance is definitely good. I play one Tatsugiri and one rescue board in my Triple Thwacky and never use it. You will find a way to use it, trust me. You will definitely use it. Would be a problem stuck in the active. What would be a problem if it's stuck in the active? You're always playing rescue board, but like this deck is going to be playing rescue board anyway. We're playing an Arven deck. We're playing rescue board. Trust me. You don't have a natural pivot. Like, this deck does not have a natural pivot unless you play rescue board, right? I guess for Guardy specifically though, like Tatsugiri isn't a psychic mon, so you actually can't retreat it as easily. But you also have the Greninja down anyway, so I don't know if that matters. It just means you have to commit your hand attachment, which is pretty bad. Especially if you're trying to like attach Dark that turn, right? Like, you could play a rescue board in Gardevoir. 3 board? Why? What? Alright, I think we're cooking too hard now. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Can I have my deck back, please? Thank you. I'm gonna, like, take a couple of more peeks at some of these lists. I think that's the same one I just looked at, right? Maybe? I don't know. There's this as well. This plays Radiant Serena. That's a mirror tech, I can only assume. A lot of these are playing the Scoop Up Cyclone. I don't think I agree with that, honestly. I'm not sure I agree with that. Let's see here. I get like one more Pultzard idea here. Let's see what we got. This is Tatsugiri. It's Radiant Serena. We have the Lance. I like the Lance. What if we just don't play a Radiant Pokemon? Like, do we have to play a Radiant Pokemon? We should play Radiant Zard. I just don't want to start it, right? Yeah, I say fuck it. No Radiant Pokemon. Can't be bothered. What are we talking about in chat now? No, we're definitely playing Manaphy. Guard doesn't really have space for board, I think, especially not if you already play Evo. It's already so crammed in Munkidori. Definitely don't make it either. You're saying you don't play Munkidori? Or does it make it easier? Okay, it does make it easier. No, that makes no sense. That makes more sense. Okay. Why? Okay, like, if we're playing, like, this deck is not going to be playing very many energies. We don't have energy to discard. Like, what energies are we discarding with this deck? There's no energies to discard, right? We're definitely not playing Greninja. It's like definitely Rad Zard, Rad Kazam, or Rad Serena, right? Like, what energies are you discarding, right? There's no energies to discard. Play Rod? Why? Like, we're playing Rod anyway, but like, we're not rodding specifically to Greninja. Like, that's a waste of space. That's 2 cards we could spend on playing Arvens, right? Yeah, that's like never worth it, surely. Lance, definitely. Boss is probably like a 2 count, right? That makes sense. I kind of like this like very basic supporter structure. I don't think we need to play any more than this. We could play Airy. No Kazam is wild. Why do we need Kazam? I don't think we need Kazam. Also, side note, would you notice that all of our support mons have 1 retreat, and the deck plays this few energies? I think that's a lot of value. I think that's really good value. Like, what does Kazam achieve? Like, literally just place your damage better. Like, Kazam is good, but like, I don't think it's a must include. There's a very, like, listen, there's a very real chance this deck does play Kazam, but saying it's a must include is just way too early. Way too early to say that. Poffin, for sure. Nests. I don't know how many nests we're playing right now. I'm just gonna grab the Ultra Balls first. Definitely playing 4 Ultra. How many nests could we play? I want to play a lot. This plays 2. I just want this to be max consistency. Like, low key, I kind of just want to play like 4/4/4 ball search cards. It's probably like never 4 nests. It's like 3 nests, maybe 2 nests, but we'll put it at 2 for now. We can find a space for the 3rd. We'll just do that. And then I think from there we're just playing candies. I want to play 4 candy personally. I want to play 4 candy, and also like low key. I think we can play an Airy in this. There's definitely enough use cases for Airy. And probably Turo as well. Something like this. How many Dracloaks? Like 4. We could play 4 Dracloaks. I don't really know if I want to play 4 Dracloaks, though. Nah, let's stick with 3 for now. Yeah, let's stick with 3 for now. And then... definitely playing Counter Catcher. And we're definitely playing Unfair Stamp. I'm just grabbing that right now. And then I like Palpad. This plays a lot of rods. I don't know if I like rod, like high counts of rods. We'll do 1 rod for now. For Candy, people said Airy ain't no more. It was in a stream where it was 30 minutes yap session about it being way too specific. Okay, sure, but like no one has actually played this format. Like here's what everyone here needs to understand. Listen to me while chat, okay? No one, including myself, knows what the fuck they're talking about. We are all yapping. We are all spouting bullshit because the set's not even out yet. No one actually knows anything. We're all full of shit, right? Everyone's just coming up with random shit and saying either this is bad or this is good, right? But no one actually knows anything until NAIC. Until NAIC is concluded, we have no actual information, right? Take everything with a grain of salt. This is my opinion based on my ideas and my assumptions on the format, but we're all like, ain't no one here knows what the fuck we're talking about. We're all fucking morons, okay? Like, myself included, okay? we're all like, actually, forget grain of salt. We need like a bucket of salt per person in this entire community for everything they say, right? I'm not calling out anyone in particular. Don't worry. But no one actually knows what they're talking about, which is what makes it fun, in my opinion. All right, enough about that. Vessel makes sense. We're playing Arven, right? One Vessel makes sense. This plays Scoop Up. I'm definitely playing a Hammer because I do not like my Lugia opponents getting to make use of Gift Energy. I would prefer if they did not get to have fun. TM Evo for sure. Might as well, right? Probably just a 1-of though. E-board. I actually think we play 2 E-boards. I think we play 2 E-boards in this. And that's just kind of because like pivoting is going to be a big part of this deck, and prizing an E-board could be like prizing an E-board or having your board. It's not even E-board. What the fuck am I talking about? It's literally a skateboard. I'm so a skateboard pilled. It's insane. Rescue board. Did I say a skateboard again? I should drink some water. That's what I should be doing right now. That's what I should be doing right now. All right. Rescue board. Rescue board good. Play Rescue Board. I think Rescue Board good card. Okay. 4 Steel Stone, of course. And this plays Temple, and I do like Temple, and I do think we will be playing Temple, but I also want to play a collapsed stadium. As well as this is 5-3. It seems pretty reasonable to me, no? Bro said skateboard 3 times the same sentence. Yo, didn't know you were live. Lost Tina missed an hour of the stream. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's so rare. We're definitely playing more fires. Alright, we're gonna have to cut something. I think 4-3 is pretty reasonable here. Probably cutting the Airy, no. Like, I think the Airy is probably too gimmicky. Or, like, it's not, like, bad, but I just, like, rather play everything else, right? This seems like a really good starting 60, actually. What is bro's official opinion on Wumkula? Dude, Wumkula are based. They're so good. I love Wumkula. And you interested in Mela with higher fire count? No, that's what the Zard guy is for. I spent too much time on Twitch recently and just naturally saw Mr. Stuttgart live randomly. Real. But I cooked a deck that can stall infinite times. I want the sauce. I mean, you're welcome to send it to me, but I don't know that I'm gonna do anything with it. Yeah, so here's my first draft on Pult Zard. This is how I think Pult should be played. This is the most natural, raw, straight Pult list. Try one game, please. We're not playing. The set's not out. The set's not out. Like, I'm not playing live today. Yeah, I just want the most consistent Pult list that can do all the gimmicky Pult stuff, right? And this is definitely doing all of the gimmicky Pult stuff, which I like. And it should be doing that consistently. Do we need both Hammer and Sinnoh? I think yes, just because, like, the Sinnoh is probably always for the Legacy energy. But, like, mid to late game or even, like, early game, like, you just want to be able to hammer hammer away a gift energy, right? In combination with Unfair Stamp, I think is one of your best combos. It just gives yourself like, more options as well, and also more outs to hitting it. Plus, Hammer is Arven searchable, whereas Temple of Sinnoh is not. I think that also helps a lot. So, yeah. I like the 60. The 60 seems good. All right. We're gonna go here. These are just like random decks I was building. What does the tier list say? We're not building control. So I guess we'll go straight into Comfy Bolt. And starting off, we're gonna get that, and then we're gonna get some Dreepies. And then we're gonna get some It's like K, right? Yeah. Dracloak, probably 3, and then Dragapult. It's probably a 2 count. That's like what my gut is telling me here. Then we play Cram, we play Sable, we probably play Manaphy, and we definitely play Ninja. It's like a Ninja deck, right? Oh. We could play Radzard, but Gren Ninja. This seems pretty reasonable, right? And we just don't do anything else. Why not Control? Because I don't know how to build Control. Me putting Control as the second best deck on the format is because I think Control is the second best deck in the format, but I also don't think anyone should be playing Control for NAIC unless you're literally like one of the 5 best Control players in the world, right? So, yeah. Until like after NAIC, because the thing is, we don't know what Control looks like. We can say Dragapult looks like this, Zard looks like that, Pal looks like this, right? We don't know what Pidgeot Control looks like. Like, no one actually knows. You can't tech for Pidgeot Control because you don't know what Pidgeot Control is yet, right? Like, you might say, oh, well, I think Pidgeot players are going to play Wigglytuff, and then they show up and they're playing, I don't know, their own Dragapult line, right? Like, I have no idea. No one knows what Control is going to look like, right? And I think it's just, like, way too early to actually, I don't know enough about Control. Okay, let me put it this way. I am not educated enough on Control as an archetype to genuinely put out a good Control list. I would not feel confident I could give you a good Control list, right? Yeah. Yes, we're making a Lost Dragapult right now. Could be Wiggly, could be Bouffalant, could be anything. Yeah, it could be some card that we never knew existed, right? Like, it's... Yeah. It's Entei something? That'd be kind of crazy. Alright, this is probably, like, always the Pokemon line. And then we're definitely playing Colress. And then a friend of mine was playing a list with Arven that actually seems pretty cool. Yeah, like Arven, One Rock Stand. Do we even bother playing the boss? Probably not, right? I don't think we're playing the boss. Yeah, hello, Eminem, how we doing? One Sable is not so attractive you need a second. I'm considering second Sable. I think it's more so that it's very, like, you're playing a lot of basics that aren't comfy, and I want to start comfy. You could play 2, but we're probably going to end up playing, I think it's Lana. Yeah. So Lana is Super Rod, but it goes to your hand, right? Except it doesn't get Rule Box Pokemon back. Actually, so we can't get back our Dragapult. That's, like, kind of an issue. Or a Greninja. Oh, is it even good enough, then? We get back Cram and Sable and like energies. No, it's probably still like a one of, but I'm definitely not that sold on it actually. Let's keep it for now. We might cut it later. Definitely 4 here. We might actually be playing 4 Poffin in this. Like most Lost Zone decks don't play 4 Poffin, but this probably could just because you want multiple GPs, right? I'm gonna sell you an alt art if you want it. I'll pass. Yeah. What now? Switch. I actually think we have to play 4 switch cards. Because of Dragapult, right? Because of Dragapult being in the game. We have to play 4 switch cards, or else we just like get overwhelmed too fast. We probably just play like here actually, yeah. Then we're playing gates. We're playing 4 gates. We're running out of space dangerously fast here. I'm gonna take some inspiration from some other Lost Zone Pult lists here. Okay, this is very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the music a little bit. I think it got loud. I didn't get louder, but like I started noticing it more. This plays Radzard. Actually, that's pretty cool. I'm kind of thinking like, what energies are we even like discarding with Greninja? We're probably not playing Greninja, right? I actually kind of like. I think I might actually like Radzard more. Now that I think about it, because we're playing the fires anyway, right? Okay. I think what we're gonna do is 3 gates. Is interesting. That makes sense though. Bro, when is Twilight? When is bro gonna open Twilight on stream? Nah, I'm not gonna open packs on stream. My webcam, like I literally have to like pan down my webcam. Any of my coaching students, I don't know how many of you guys are in chat that I've done webcam testing with, right? Will know that my webcam is like, it's just like I just pan it down. Like it's literally I do this and then just like move it downwards to face my playmat. And it's like it's not bad, but it's definitely not stream quality, right? So yeah. Show? No, not right now. Not right now. Yeah, we also like don't have the space to play waters in this, surely. I do actually think I like cutting one of these, and then we play like 2 rods. We play 2 rods. Definitely playing counter. I think we're playing 2 counter catcher because we're gonna play the there's a candy in this. Actually, Loki, if we're playing the Arvin, the candy stocks go up a lot, right? I kind of like 1 candy. Because we're also playing TM Evolution, actually, is a card we're going to play, as well as Stamp. Running out of space here. Well, maybe not, because we go Rescue Board. And we go probably Artisan, right? And then we can go 7 basic energies. It's probably more psychics. This seems pretty good, right? Ultra Lumen plus Force? No, where are you finding that space? Probably is this, though. That's probably better, right? We'd also cut a Nest Ball. I don't know if I want to cut a Nest Ball, though. Bursting a Pult into play seems pretty saucy with the candy. Might not see it coming. Yeah, not even gear. Where are you finding space for gear? Also, we're playing 3 Arvins. We're playing 3 Arvins. Do we even need gear? Like, the Arvin is effectively trying to be like a pseudo Colress. Because if you Arvin on turn 1, then you're not spitting, but turn 1 spit is a lot worse now than it used to be. So what we're doing instead is we can go like turn 1 Arvin, we can TM Evo if we like Poffin for this, right? That's not guaranteed, but it's just a matter of giving ourselves options, right? I think I actually like this a lot. I'm not really sold on Manaphy, low-key, and I was kind of thinking about this with, like, the other Dragapult deck. Is, like, what are you actually blocking right now? Did it despawn? Oh, did I lose my Sableye? Wait, hold up. Sableye, come back. I need that. Like, wait, where's Sableye go? Yeah. Why is turn 1 worse than it used to be? Unfair stamp. So, picture this. You're playing Lost Box. Your opponent's playing Dragapult. You're going second. You turn 1 spit onto a Dreepy. Okay, are in for unfair stamp. You had 1 turn to thin your deck. Good luck, buddy. Like, you lose. You just lose. It's not fun. You pack up your cards and you go next. Yeah, is Shinpao out of consideration? Probably. We were talking about this earlier during the tier list section, and the thing about the POW is that Dragapult goes attack once, 60 on Badoo for Barrel or whatever's in play, right? And then the turn after that, they go Counter Catcher, Unfair Stamp, Dragapult, kill both barrels in play. Suck to suck. Like, you just lose. You just lose. Like, that's... Forget improbable. You physically, literally, cannot draw out of that. It's ridiculous. Lost don't know. So, Jirachi stocks are at an all-time low because if they play Jirachi, we can kill the Jirachi with our Dragapult, right? That's what makes Dragapult and Sableye in the same deck so good, because if any deck benches... If they bench a Jirachi, it's a free prize for Dragapult, and if they don't, it's free for Sableye, right? So they lose regardless. Actually, one thing I was kind of thinking about is TMD Evolution makes a lot of sense in this deck, doesn't it? Right? Like, surely, like, with this much spread, we're definitely playing TMD, though. Fuck it. Let's kind of nest ball for a TMD. We're playing the Armins anyway, right? Here we go. This seems pretty good. I actually like this. Again, rough 60. Not sold on every card in this, but it's probably pretty good. Delphox? Hell no. No way we find space for that. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's definitely some decks that are going to end up playing Jirachi. But I think, like, for the most part, you're probably better off just playing Mist Energy. Like, low-key. Save that. Alright, what's next on our hit list here? Here's a tier list real quick for people who haven't seen it yet. If you want to go over if you want to see my explanation for every card, like every deck and every tier, the VOD will be up. What's today? It's Tuesday today, so it'll be up Thursday. Yeah. Alright, let's move over to some Lugia. I actually already, like, kind of toyed around with the idea of Lugia. And I do like Lugia a lot. Mist, even Guardy, definitely not. Definitely not. Like, it's like, I feel like Mist is a more valuable card. Like, you're not playing Mist in every deck. Hell no. Like, you can't get away with that. But, like, Jirachi stocks are just, like, at an all-time low. Like, there's definitely times where Jirachi is good, but there's just, like, so much you need to tech for right now that I just don't think Jirachi is the answer. Okay. Ditto is the most broken card Lugia has ever played. I will die on this hill. We have to play 70 HP Manchinos now. And we play these. I think it's a 2-2 line now. Namely because you don't need this in every matchup. It's just like your best wall breaker, right? Now, however, we get to play some really funny cards. We get to play here. We get to play this. This card is super fucking good. Oh my god. Water Ogerpon, or as Emma coined it, Wogerpon, right? I'm gonna start calling it Wogerpon from now on. I'm just gonna, like, let you guys make that stuff catch on, right? Okay. Wogerpon is broken, okay? Let me read the first attack. Actually, let's start with the second attack. You'll understand what I mean, okay? So the second attack, right? 100 damage. You may shuffle free energies attached to this Pokemon into your deck. Pretty good for Lugia, right? You're conserving energies. And you get Snipe 120. That's great. Oh, but what happens if my opponent benches Manaphy? Oh, that's pretty damn simple. Sob, 1 colorless energy, 20 damage. During your opponent's turn, the defending Pokemon can't retreat. So you're telling me that if I attach a DTE to my Water Ogerpon, also known as Wogerpon, right? You're telling me that I just get to play Mawile for free? And if they don't bench Manaphy, I get to do 100, 120? That's pretty good. So if you bench Manaphy, you lose. And if you don't bench Manaphy, you also lose. That's pretty good. Now, obviously, like, a lot of decks play Manaphy, play, like, Jet Energy, or switch cards, or whatever, right? Like, it's not like you're hard trapping the Manaphy, but being able to threaten that, and like, oh, you're down, like, a couple switch cards? Okay, Sob, fuck you, right? Like, that's really good. This card is really good. It's also, like, tanky, which Mawile is not. Cornerstone is another card that this deck could be playing, but I don't really know that there's like anything particular we need to wall. So for now, it's staying out of the list, but it's definitely a card worth thinking about. Speaking of really good for this deck, High Blood Moon. This card is ludicrously overtuned. Dear God, like, wow, this card is good. This card is ridiculous. Any deck that can play this card probably should play this card. And Lugia definitely fits the bill. All right, what are we talking about now? List Ancient Box. We'll have an Ancient Box list later. Only issue with Ogerpon is the shuffle, because unless you power up something else. No, the shuffle's good. You conserve energies. Because when they knock out the Ogerpon, the energies stay in your deck. That's a good thing. Especially because it needs legacy energy. You get to conserve your legacy energy. That is a good thing. We want those energies in the deck. If I legacy energy to my Wogerpon, I go 100, 120, right? I shuffle the legacy energy in, right? And then after that, they knock it out. Okay, cool. I get to legacy to my Iron Hands. That's good, right? Also, fun fact, Archeops, right? Both Archeops is 4 energies, right? This specifically says shuffle 3 energies into the deck, which means we go legacy, 2 random energies, gift energy, shuffle 3, keep the gift, you knocked it out, you proc gift. We get the best of both worlds. Yeah, this card is really good. Now, what we're going to do here is I'm going to pull up my own deck list for Lugia here that I made. I don't think this list is optimal. But I didn't make this a while back, so I'm actually just going to pull this up separately if I can. Maybe. It's not letting me do that. I mean, I guess we just like getting to edit from here. I guess that also works. This is like playing everything I talked about so far, right? Sure, we'll just like, yeah, you know what, this is easier. We'll talk from here. Fluttermane is your Lost Zone attack, but it's getting cut. It's getting cut. It says cards, or energy. I don't know. Either way, you can do the same effect. Bro, beyond the meta before it even started. This is energy, so you can throw back TCE plus legacy and be done. That's kind of nice. More than one Carmine. I don't understand the Carmine hype. We're definitely playing Carmine, but like after turn 1, it's just objectively worse research, right? So like on turn 1, if you like want to, you go Luminous Sign for Carmine, and then after that, you just don't need to play Carmine ever, right? 4 Carmine seems like gigabait in my opinion. I don't really know what we're doing here. No Radzard. I don't know. I'm like kind of indifferent on Radzard. I think the issue with Radzard is that you don't get to use Radzard in games where you use hands, right? Which I actually think is where Radzard is the best. Then you have to start playing like Luminous Energy and stuff. Also, we're going this. I think so. Let's talk over this. So we talked about Ditto. Ditto's just good. Ditto's just objectively always better than 4th Lugia V. Lets you can start Tinchino if you like really want to. Basically, you can put a one prizer in the active, which is a good sacrifice. Or like Blood Moon if you want to take a hit with that. It's like not that bad either. But just like it forces a one prizer into the active, and it can be your Lugia V if you need it to be your Lugia V, right? Which is really good. Or like you're probably never transforming into Machito on turn 1 with Ditto. You're probably always just staying as the Ditto at that case, but like you can stay as a Ditto to like take a cram hit, right, or like not get one shot by like a Miraidon. Or if you don't find an out to Lugia, you just transform into Lugia, right? So I think Ditto's really good. That aside, we're playing this out of consistency. We're playing 4/4/4 items. Relatively standard supporter split. I think the Jock is really good because we're playing less Cinccino's, but the Jock definitely could be cut. Blood Moon, Iron Hands, and Wogerpon are going to be the core of this deck. Two Fish I think is really good in combination with the Clap Stadium, of course. The supporter split is just good consistency. The items are literally just Ball Search. And then it's just 4 Jet, 4 Gift, 4 DTE, of course. 3 Mists because of Dragapult being our #1 op. V-Guard for Tina. And the Legacy Energy, of course, being the heart and soul of this deck. Yes, I think Luminion is just, like, the best card Lugia, like, to ever happen to Lugia. Er du bedre end Jesper? Jeg skulle altid bedre end Jesper. How we doing, Stefan? How we doing? Yeah, I think this is probably, like, I'm not really sold on the third Lugia VStar, namely because, like, we're reverting back to Silver Tempest in a way with this, where, like, I low-key wouldn't hate playing, like, another consistency card instead of just playing the Lugia VStar, but, I think for now this is fine, right? This is probably how I'd build Lugia right now. Kind of like a hybrid. 4 Jet Cope? Definitely not. 4 Jet's broken. 4 Jet is just, like, always correct, surely. Oh, another card I want to play in here is actually the Weird Ear. I think the Weird Ear is really good because it's really hard for Dragapult to respond to if they don't play the Kazam. If they don't play Kazam, they have no response to it. If they play Kazam, then they can respond to it. But if they don't play Kazam, if they're playing, like, Radzard or Greninja, depending on what variant they're playing, or even, like, Radiant Serena, then, I think the Weird Ear is very good. Yeah. Okay, let me, like, delete this real quick. That's Lugia. Let's get into Tina, I guess. Tina seems reasonable here, right? How are we doing on time? We should definitely be able to speed for a lot of decks today. Cornerstone helps against Miraidon, not anything for weakness, but immune to Miraidon the Raikou. Probably not worth it, just because of, like, Raichu. And they just, like, boss around it, I think is the main issue. Like, as Lugia, once you get Chops into play, you're probably, like, always going, like, 50-50 with, like, just 2-2-2 trading with Miraidon. I think the issue is that, is the fact that they just kill one Lugia in play, right? They kill your lone Lugia in play, then you lose, or they kill your, they just take the first 2 prize cards and you lose regardless, right? Like, no matter what you really do. Oh, I guess I might as well bring attention to this. I can, like, check if it works. Yeah, there's new channel point, redemption thingies. I promised that last week that I had that done, and it is done. So, feel free to do what you guys want with that. Figured I'd, like, bring that to people's attention. So, yeah. I know a couple people were very frantically asking for that. So, alright, Tina. Comfy. Give me 4 of those. That is not how you spell Comfy. Hello. Here. Tina. Sorry. Giratina. Go. Where is VStar? Here is VStar. I wonder who. Lost Tina. What? Cram. Greninja. Sableye. And Blood Moon. Blood Moon is just like our new Iron Leaves, except it's just better, right? What do you think of Dialga new meta? I think it's very good. I don't think it, like, changes at all, but, like, that's not a bad thing for Dialga. I could power to Lost Zone is for me. That's not for you, but if you wanna send your channel points to the Lost Zone, I mean, I won't stop you. Lugia should have Flutter Mane or we're losing to Thorns. Since when are we respecting Iron Thorns? What? Sure, if I hit a... Yes, let me tech for a deck that'll be 1% of the meta. Let's go. No, that's not happening. Actually, 1% is probably a little too generous, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, we're gonna be building a very basic Tina list here. And I think basic is good for Tina. I think basic is good. 1 rocks because we play a funny guy now. Funny guy reset stamp. Probably 2 boss. I like 2 boss here. Nest Ball. Puffin. 2 or 3. Let's start with 3. Yeah, and go from there. Elaborate on why Blood Bear is better than Iron Leaves here. The switching for Zard. Yeah, it's more so just because Zard stocks are on decline, right? Playing Blood Moon definitely makes your Zard matchup worse, but Blood Moon's just like a really inherently good synergistic card with your Tinas because it's energy efficient, something that Tina needs, as well as it's just a high HP basic that lets you swing prize trades in like board states that you can't swing earlier. It's kind of the same idea behind playing Thornton in this deck, low-key, because in a lot of instances, your Lost Impact and a Blood Moon is going to be the exact same, right? Like, effectively. It is also just more resource efficient, because you're obviously not you're not lost owning any energies with it. So, I think Blood Moon, as the whole, is just, like, such a fundamentally good card. It's kind of not, like, it's kind of a waste to not play it. And, it also... I guess, like, the main thing is that it is your best way to recover from unfair stamp or rock stands, right? If you end up in a situation where, like, you need to, like, launch one big attack to win the game, or you need, like, big attack plus boss or whatever, right, to win, but you get unfair stamp, you get rock stand or whatever, right? Like, okay, I need to, like, find Tina VStar, I need to gate to Tina VStar, I need to do all this, right? Or I could go bench bear, attach jet, boss game, right? You could also... put down the bear first, like, going into the turn, kind of like as you, like, establish a second Tina on the bench, right? As, like, counterplay. It basically makes your checkmates easier to set up as well. It's just such a universally good card, right? Currently getting ad bombed, so didn't hear anything. That is... okay, basically, I'm going to sum that one up. Ursaluna makes your checkmate situations more reliable, while also just being a net consistency boost because it is a less demanding attacker, right? Basically, that's what it does. There is a limit on timeout, unfortunately, Lastina. Otherwise, yeah. All right. H. Michael, thank you so much for the Prime sub, by the way. Sorry, caught me mid-rant, but, yeah, thank you so much for the sub, man. Greatly appreciated. What's the limit? It's once per stream. Yeah, trust me. If that wasn't the case, you would be timed out for, like, the entire stream, my guy. Okay, back to basic Tina. I'm going to be playing switch cards. We have to kind of play 4 switch cards now. Where'd they go? Here. Just kind of to counteract, what's its face? Dragapult, right? The more switch cards we play, the better. It just means our team is, like, more awkward, but we have the jet energy, so that's fine. I don't really know how many switch we should be playing, though. It's probably just going to be, like, something like this, maybe. That seems fine. Let's start with this, and we'll see. We can go up and down, depending on how much space we end up having. I guess per person. Gates. I would like to be playing 4 of those, please. As well as... Hello. Get a plus on that, thank you. Gears. Now, one thing I do want to check, I have like the skeleton list here, but I'm also very curious as to what the Japanese lists are looking like right now, and like how gimmicky they're getting. So far, I was about to say not gimmicky, and then I saw Canceling Cologne, so I take that back, but yeah, there's like no new cards I'm like seemingly missing. This isn't playing any... Oh, this is still playing Force Seal Stone Lost Vacuum. I actually kind of still like Force Seal Stone Lost Vacuum. Also really like Sinnoh, because Lugia stocks are going up. Lugia stocks being on the rise is like definitely the worst thing in this new format for Tina. Interesting. Interesting. Let's also look at this one real quick. This looks a lot more basic. Double Lost Vacuum's kind of crazy. Double Cram as well. Double Roxanne, Unfair Stamp still. I like this list a lot. It's like a lot less switch cards. It's like no switch cards. Okay, I think I know where I want to go with this list. So we're going to cut this. I'm going to keep the switch cards as they are here. I'm going to cut the Pokegears for now. We find space, we'll put them back. I'm going to definitely just throw in the Unfair Stamp. And I'm also going to do my energy split already now, which is going to be Psychic here. Be at a 4 count. 3 grass. 2 water. That's the wrong water. And then 4 jet energy. This is the bare minimum amount of energy we can play, but I think we're getting rid of the... I think we are getting away with the bare minimum a lot better in this deck than we have in the past. 3 rods for sure. I'll do this for now. Yeah, 3 rods for sure. Unfair Stamp. Temple is probably just better than E-Hammer in this deck. I like the Artisan as well. And then it's still called Rescue Board, Christian. Yeah, and the Rescue Board as well. 4 cards left in this deck. I kind of like Force Seal Stone. I kind of really like Force Seal Stone. If Cram's getting worse, then 2 Cram seems weird. I agree with that. Yeah. I think this is just like the Pokemon split, like always, surely. Oh, I forgot Counter Catcher. Okay. We're definitely playing 2 of those. Anything I'm forgetting here? Vacuum makes sense if we're playing the Seal Stone. Did I put Seal Stone in yet? Oh, I haven't put Seal Stone in yet. Okay. Yeah, I think I prefer the Seal Stone over the Pokegear. Or maybe we play 1 Seal Stone. Don't play Vacuum. Like, what are we vacuuming right now? Not a whole lot we're vacuuming, right? So we play like 1 Seal Stone, and then we play like 1 Gear, just as like a consistency card. That seems pretty good, right? Or is that Cope? Isn't this just like hyper consistent Tina? This is what we want, right? I'm like, all of these like counts are untested, but like surely this is just like optimal. I mean, I don't know. The Seal Stone is a turbo to 7. The Seal Stone is just because you don't want to impact you don't want to Requiem in every matchup, and it's a very good like draw out of like Roxanne and Unfair Stamp. If Dialga you play First Supporter or Metang to see energies, I don't know. Depends. It depends on your board. It depends on your hand. It depends on your deck. Like, I don't think there's an objectively correct answer, right? Well, Vacuum still helps the Lost Zone build up. It is not. No, it's not a must. No. Vacuum was like never a card Tina played until last format. Like Tina never played Vacuum until last format, and like most lists end up cutting the Vacuum anyway. Am I gonna post these? I'm gonna post the VOD. I'm gonna post the VOD. The VOD will be up on YouTube on Thursday. The stream VOD will be on Twitch as soon as the stream ends, right? So, yeah. And also, I do not think we need 3 waters. I think 3 waters like kind of cope. We don't need more energies than this. Especially, that's another perk of the Blood Moon. You can get away with less energies a lot easier. Like, I was always playing this energy split in, like, pre-rotation Giratina, and I like that a lot. But now you just like get away with it so much easier with the Blood Moon. So I actually really like this list. This list seems really solid. So I'm gonna lock that up and say lost some Giratina. Yeah, so like as far as matchups are concerned, this is probably just like the same as Tina's now. So you have a worse Zard matchup, and you're just good into like other stuff that exists now, right? Blood Moon is also like just like a really good hands answer, actually. Side note to that. Blood Moon into hands, like they go amp, they go, okay, you have the effect of Elder's Technique, and then you go attach, gate, respond to hands. Okay, I have 260 HP, deal with it, right? Yeah. Tina, seems good. Okay. Gardevoir next. Now, Gardevoir is an archetype that as much as I have been hyping it up in my head, I haven't actually toyed around with at all. However, it seems very good. First of all, I'm going to play 470 HP just to be safe here. Just be on the safe side. But yeah, could you better pull the deck with the bait 1 water? I mean, like, low-key, bait 1 water isn't even that bad. Like, I don't hate that by any means. Is Max Belt not better into Pult as you've impact recommend? It's better into Pult, but it is worse in every other matchup, and therefore it's not worth it. Pult is not a tier 0 deck. It's going to be, like, probably low, like, high teens. High teens, low 20s is probably the matchup spread we're looking for. And I think you're, like, pretty fine into Pult without it, so I feel completely fine playing the Unfair Stamp. I think any deck that can abuse Unfair Stamp absolutely should abuse Unfair Stamp, because Unfair Stamp is just so good. Like, bad players will just attack into you thinking that they can do whatever they want, and then you just go like, oh, you took the bait. Okay, turn 2 Unfair Stamp. Now you pack up your cards, right? Like, it's ridiculous. Any deck that can play it should play it, for sure. Irido or Arven, Arven for sure. Arven 100%. Yeah. Arven 100%. Curlia? Can I spell? I can spell. That's rare. Gardevoir. I like Gallade. I don't really know if we have space for Gallade in here. I'm gonna put it in here for now. And then we can kind of like see if the Gallade space comes back at any point. Now what now? We got the monkey. Is it just can I spell it monkey? Ah, I can't spell monkey. Unlucky. Monkey? I was just okay, hold up. Now I'm sad. I wanted to like actually just spell out monkey. Yeah, but that's disappointing, okay? That disappoints me. This card's broken, by the way. This card's really good. Low key, by the way. Fez like this, right? It's like Fez Antipathy. Yeah. This card might be good. This card might be good in Guardy, right? You're playing the dark energies anyway, so you get to actually abuse the ability, which gives you which gives you a coin flip chance to just like say no, like nuh-uh to an attack. And you do have like Brainwave at home, right? So with a Gardevoir, you put 5 energies on this. If you already have the dark, right, then you have 6. So we're looking at 6 times 12. No, 6 times 3. Hello. Hi, Christian. Which is gonna put us at 180. Which is like not bad. It's probably not worth it, but I think this card is worth considering since we are playing the dark energies for Monkey Dory anyway, right? Just something to keep in mind. Yeah. So what I'm actually going to do here as well is we've been looked at City League lists, but I do want to take a look at where did it go? Champions League, Sephiroth. Yeah, so this is with Hyper Aroma and Irida. If you are playing Hyper Aroma, I do think Irida is correct. However, we're not going to be playing that. I just want to see what attackers we're playing here, just to confirm a couple things in my head. But it is going to be Drifloon. Drifloon? Aha, there we go. I like it as a 2-of. Screamtail is going to be a 1-of for sure. I like Cress a lot. It has some very obvious counterplay to yeah, it has some very obvious counterplay to the what's its face? Dragapult, right? Very good into Dragapult. Manaphy seems like a must play because we're playing Gardevoir. What did I miss? I missed the H. There we go. As well as Greninja. And then we probably definitely always play Flutter. We definitely play Flutter. Yeah. This seems pretty reasonable to me. I'll move this down to our support mons. We still need Giratina in this deck, I think. Absolutely not. No, we don't. We don't even need it in standard, low key. Like Cresselia in standard, you're just like completely chilling. Yeah, I think this is completely fine. 4 Arvins, probably like free Iono. I'm more inclined to play like a bunch of one-of supporters and then a Palpad. Right? I think that seems good. Mimikyu? Maybe. Like the Banette version. That's a completely separate deck. That's a completely different deck in my opinion. Let's see here. Any other like gimmicky supporters we want to play? Probably not, right? No, this seems fine. Poffin. Poffin for sure. I think it's ultra. It's like always 4 ultra, right? Well, maybe not. 3 ultra, 2 nest. That's like kind of fine. But also this list also plays the aroma. Let's start with let's start with this. See where it takes us. There we go. Heavy ball for sure. How many rods is this? 2 rods? Actually, we can cut a Drifloon. We can totally cut a Drifloon here. Yeah, we're just gonna play 2 rods. 2 rods, 2 counter. Actually, we're surely playing triple counter catcher, right? Surely it's always triple counter catcher. With Mimikyu down, we're started down. Mimikyu is more useless. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like Mimikyu too much. Like maybe Mimikyu is good, but I think Mimikyu is like you build Gardevoir, then you see the format, and then you're like, okay, how much does Mimikyu beat? Then you add Mimikyu afterwards, right? I don't think it's like we say Mimikyu's bad or anything, but definitely like wait for the format to like be more established, and then we figure out if we actually play the Mimikyu. But yeah, we're definitely playing 3 counter catchers. Vessel for sure. We need that off of Arvin. Palpad, of course. And then our tool cards. This one is only playing 2 charms. I definitely want to play Luxurious Cape. We're playing Stamp as a race spec. And then we're playing Charm. 2 charms. And then we're playing Evo. And it's probably just 2 Evos, right? Yeah, probably 2 Evos. This is 8-2 split. Out of curiosity, what are current Gardevoir decks playing? I'm gonna use Ryan Harris's list here. 9. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay, where do we find the space for this stuff? Stadiums. I want to play both Artisan. We could play Temple. I feel like the Temple is like our answer to Legacy Energy and Lugia, right? Because Legacy Energy on an Iron Hand's just like, we can't respond to the Legacy Energy, we lose. Because if we only take 1 prize card off of knocking out the hands, we just get shafted. Because that prize trade is just so bad for us, right? Like, trading 2 for 1 against Lugia is like game losing, right? Collapsed, maybe? No. Well, no. Not with Turbo Palpad. 9 energy was to let Screamtail on Zard. 8 energy. That's fair. That makes sense. We're also not playing Heroescape as well. That's why I'm contemplating that. I'll like reorder this. There we go. So let's start by adding 2 dark energies. Do we even have to play 2 dark? Nah, it's probably important. We generally play 8 now, which means we're cutting 1 card. We could cut a charm. That seems kind of scuffed though, right? Surely. Will Lugia be that popular? It won't be like that popular, but it'll definitely be above 10%. So it'll be enough. It'll be important enough to like actually consider teching for. Do we even need Airy? We might not even need Airy. I feel like Airy into Lost Zone is just like really good. And there's definitely going to be like plenty of Lost Zone decks. I guess we could cut an Iono. I don't hate that. We could cut TM Evo. I think we have to play this though. 1 TM Evo is like kind of greedy, but it's fine. Probably. Glade or counter cut should be 4 charm. No? Like, you mean cut? Nah. Nah, I like the Glade a lot. I think the Glade's really good. What about Candy? Definitely not. Why would we play Candy? Definitely not playing Candy. Guarantee turn 2 donk? We're playing Gardevoir. Why are we thinking about donking people? What, like, what, why are we... What? No, Candy is like turbo baits. Candy is definitely bait. You can play 1. You're just probably never playing 1. Dark Energy is from Monkey Dory. All right, we have +1 card right now, though. We have +1 card. Just Evo, and then we cut the Iono. But I also want to play Temple. Let's play Temple. We're like probably cutting a little too much consistency in this. Oh, we're also not playing Artisan. Ugh, I don't like that. We cut an Ultra Ball for an Artisan. 2 TM Evo for sure. No, well, you don't even like use TM Evo like Gardevoir right now. All the best Gardevoir players are telling you to go second or does go first, right? And you go first, and then what you do is you just turn 2, evolve all your your guys, right? And you TM Evo for like the rest of it. Like in a lot of games, you don't even like, use the TMD though. Or Evo, sorry. With Arven, Hammer is definitely better. I don't agree with that. I think basically what it comes down to is that Temple of Sinnoh shuts down both Legacy and Gift Energy at the same time, whereas Hammer is only going to shut down one of those effects. So when you only have 1 tech slot against Lugia, Temple of Sinnoh is definitely what you're playing. However, if you can play both, it is both, because it means you can shut off Gift Energy multiple times in the same game, right? That's what's important here, right? Yeah, this seems fine. But I want to play another. I want to play the Artisan though. Is there like anything we can we cut Airy? We like probably can cut Airy though, right? Maybe. Is Glade that good? I think Glade's nuts personally. I think this card's broken. I kind of want to cut. I kind of want to cut a Dark Energy, but like that's just objectively just way too greedy. What Stamp does? Stamp literally solves everything. This card is the second coming of Christ, okay? This card is like the most broken card Pokemon has printed in like the last 5 years. That's not true, by the way. But this card is ridiculous. Listen, if I can play Stamp in a deck, I'm playing Stamp in a deck, right? Yeah. Let me think about this. Now let's leave it at here for now, and we'll like come back to it if we need to. Like, if this is too inconsistent, it's probably cut something for Artisan type of deal, but I think for now we'll leave it at this. Okay, what is next on the list? This gives people to look at the tier list again. Again, if you want to hear my explanation for why every deck is where it is, yeah, watch the VOD after the stream is over. There you go. Okay. Dialga, this one's going to be fast because Dialga does not change. This is literally the exact same deck. as it is in Standard right now, except we're going to be playing Blood Moon. So just for reference, I'm actually going to... I'm going to go... That's Stockholm. I'm going to go find Hedrick's list here. Yeah, so this plays out the exact same way I remember it too. So Beldum, I think we are going to have to switch our Beldum to... Oh, it's not Desert D. Hello, Christian. Good morning. We're going to have to start playing the 70 HP Beldums, unfortunately, which is like a consistency loss, but yeah. Cyrus's list on Long Neck is without Ogre. They play Palkia. That sounds so cope. That sounds giga cope. I don't care. Like, okay. If Raging Bolt isn't playing Ogerpon, then Raging Bolt, fundamentally speaking, does not change in any reasonable way from current Standard. And in current Standard, that deck sucks. So if we're not playing Ogerpon, then the deck is bad. Unless, like, our Dragapult matchup being good is, like, the only thing that it takes for that deck to be viable. But I just don't see that how that's possible when the deck is competing with Miraidon, right? They said it consistently... Okay, but, like, it's early format. Like, don't trust anyone's word, including mine. Because without actual tournaments, no one actually knows what the fuck they're talking about, okay? Yeah. Let's talk about this earlier. Literally, everything anyone says should be taken with a bucket of salt. Like, a massive amount of salt. MeWeX. Oh, right, it's gonna be set. Okay. Oh, and Greninja. Listen, if Palkia is the best way to play Raging Bolt, then Raging Bolt's bad. I think that's some pretty good logic. Speaking of new cards, by the way. Boop. I'm gonna put a bear in my deck because this guy is very funny and also very good. Just such a splashable card. What's the cut for it, though? It's probably like... I actually have no idea. Is it bad that I feel like we just play this exact 60 next format? Like, just switch the Beldums and call it a day, no? Like, an energy? I guess that makes sense. No, that makes sense, because, like, definitely not Metang. That is mega cope. No, no, no. Shut the fuck up. That's where I pull the trigger. No. Beldum is the only reason this deck works. I disagree with that. I definitely disagree with that. I think Magnetic Lift is very good, but that's not the only reason this deck is viable. If anything else, we can just play like one or two of them. Yeah, I'm inclined to just say we, like, cut an energy for a fucking Freddy Fazbear looking ass, and we just call it a day. Because, like, this deck is just still solid. Anyone telling you otherwise needs to go take a fucking masterclass in sequencing, okay? Dialga is extremely powerful in current Standard, and there's no reason to think it wouldn't be powerful next format when its matchup spread basically doesn't change, right? Yeah. Let's see here. There. Rod. Also 4 of Puffin. Hello, where'd the O go? Definitely more gears because consistency. Wait, why not cut Iono? It's okay. Why is it okay? Why can we cut a consistency card? What changes? What about the archetype changes that lets us cut a consistency card? Nothing, right? Nothing about the archetype changes. Like, the only change that this archetype sees is that you have to respect Dragapult and that you can play Blood Moon, right? Blood Moon, being an energy efficient attacker, means you can cut an energy because your energies become less needed, right? Playing Blood Moon makes your energies less necessary, right? But playing Blood Moon does not make your deck more or less consistent. It makes your deck more energy efficient. Iono does not change that in any way, right? So yeah. Done. I don't think there's anything else we'd ever need to do with this deck. I genuinely just think we might not even like end up playing the bear in this. I think the bear is good because like it's definitely the most energy efficient response to something. We could also just cut Zam, but like I like Zam a lot. I think having more options in this deck is good. But yeah. Prime Catcher over Hero's Cape? Who the fuck is playing Hero's Cape? Who out here playing Hero's Cape and Dialga? That's Cope, surely. There's no way that's not Cope. No. Prime Catcher's the answer because Star Chronos plus Gust, like the thing is Star Chronos gets the most value when you're gusting in like 9 out of 10 scenarios because people are always going to like try to like play around like not letting you just board wipe all their best attackers, right? Or like all their best pieces, be it like consistency or what else, like whatever else you have, right? So having more Gust is always good, and having more Gust that is searchable through like research and Iono is also very good. So you can have the boss and it's like, okay, well the turn after I start Chronos, like I need to find a Gust but don't have Gust. Oh, but I have research, right? So I give more outs to Gust. Yeah, so Prime Catcher is definitely good. Okay. All right, we're getting into tier 1.5 territory. Looking at Miraidon. Let's start with the winning 60. That seems like a pretty reasonable starting point here. Let me take a sip real quick here. Freddy caped on a Thursday afternoon. Listen, Blood Moon with a cape is extremely powerful, but committing like cards to make your Blood Moon better kinda to me like invalidates the entire point of playing the Blood Moon in the first place, which is that it's a splashable, versatile card, right? Now then, let's look at this. This is very interesting. Just run for Blood Moon? No. This is very interesting 60. I like a lot of what this deck is doing. S18 energies is so much. This looks inconsistent as hell. I want to play a heavy ball first and foremost. And I like low-key kind of want to swap the Arven and research counts. Also, maybe like Arven's Cope. Arven might actually... Well, maybe Arven isn't Cope. No, Arven's probably not Cope, actually. I take that back. Prime is definitely the best ace spec in here. Switch cards makes sense. Vacuum. What are we vacuuming away? There's probably like some tool cards like Bravery Charms, the Mirror. Yeah, Vacuum's good. Heavy Baton's good. Force Seal Stone's good. Town Store's good. Okay, there's like a couple of changes I'm gonna make to this, but like nothing major. Me light on these nuts. We're gonna play 2. And then we're gonna be playing a Raichu. And we're gonna be playing a Hands guy. Actually, hold up. Let's stay with 1 for now. We can go Raikou. And then basically we're gonna play Rod and we're gonna play Heavy Ball, is what we're gonna do here. Mainly just because I don't like having only the one out to Raichu. I want to have more than one way to play Raichu in this deck. Hands guy, not mean handyman. is a bit of a handyman, right? Definitely playing Tatsugiri. Fuck. Fine. Let's find. There we go. How do I spell bundle? Oh, okay, that's bait. And then finally we're playing Squawk. Do you think it's correct to cut 1 Iono down to 2 in Lugia? I think you should be playing two Ionos as your count in Lugia. Whether or not that's going up or down from your list, I don't know, but I personally think we should always be playing two Iono as like the perfect count. All right, let's try something here. Let's play 4 Arven. Let's play Professor's Research. Let's play Free Boss. Very similar. Still Generator. I have 4 Nest Balls. We go 1 Ultra Ball. Switch Cart, Vacuum, Prime Catcher. Vacuum. Prime. And then we're also going to be playing a Rod. And a Heavy Ball. Alright. Yep. Rescue Board. And Bravery Charm. One thing you'll notice when I'm building like these big basic beatstick decks are that is that you're going to be playing Bravery Charm, right? And the reason we're playing Bravery Charm is because when you have these really big basic two-prizers, when they survive a turn, you like kind of just win the game, which is really funny and very good. Yeah, so we're going to sing Bravery Charm taking the Raging Bolt list as well. Lightning. Then I think this is just the 60. Double Turbo. Yeah, so basically just like the winning 60, but we're gonna make some changes to optimize the deck in best of 3, right? Thornton, why? Please give me one good example as to why this deck should be playing Thornton. I'll wait. Actually, I won't. I don't care enough. Yeah, I do like this a lot, though. To win the game. Alright, buddy. Okay. Yeah, I like this a lot. Obviously, we're cutting him right on the Iron Hands. However, I do think we can get away with that if we are playing stuff like Heavy. We are playing stuff like Rod, so we can use them multiple times, right? And we're also playing 4 Arven, which means we have more outs to our Rod and our Heavy if we need that. Which is also very valuable. Also, like, not playing Rod seems, like, very weird, considering we're definitely trying to, like, turbo through our deck, and we want our late-game generators to hit so we can Rod back triple energy. So, we're definitely playing Rod in this. And, yeah, this seems really good. This deck seems very powerful right now, which is something I personally hate to say against Miraidon, because I'm historically a Miraidon hater. But, I do think Miraidon is very well poised in the current meta to do very, very well. So, yeah. Get Squawk off the field, changing something like Zapper Raichu. Yeah, but then you're not using Boss, you're not using Arven, you're not using Research, in a deck that plays no draw engine. Yeah. Poised means, like, well-positioned. I know, fancy words. Alright, Teal Mask. We have a deck right here already, and I'm going to edit that. That's what we're going to do here. So this was my first draft of Raging Bolt Ogerpon, and a couple things. I don't think the deck has the bench space to play Mew, which is definitely not ideal. Besides that, this deck has definitely been over exceeding my expectations of it. I think this deck is very well positioned. Basically because this does a lot of damage and has a lot of HP, and it's not that deep, right? My number one concern with this deck is getting Unfair Stamped into hands with no energy, right? And I don't think there's any real thing we can do about that, because if we don't have energies, none of our draw Pokemon, namely the Teal Mask Ogerpon and the Greninja, do anything, right? What is the parameters for this deck to run Squawk? You want to have an explosive turn 1. That's what decks that need an explosive turn 1, especially going second, are going to be playing Squawk, right? If you're not wanting to attack the turn you're going second, but you're wanting an explosive start, then you play Rotom instead, right? Squawk 3 times pull attack and you cry. Well, the idea is we kill 3 pulls before that happens. That's like kind of the whole point of the deck. Any merit for Baby Shocks, it becomes live turn 1 more often. Most one prizers. I haven't read Baby Sandy Shocks. I know we can play Baby Slitherwing, but there's 3 more energy in play. This deck does 70 more damage. There's like no way we're ever playing this over Slitherwing. We're definitely always playing Slitherwing instead, for sure. Or is it the same logic as turn 1 Cram Conundrum? Well, yes and no. Basically, like, I think if you're taking a turn 1 knockout with this deck, it's always into a 2-prizer. If you're not hitting a 2-prizer, you're not smacking on turn 2. Or like on turn 1, sorry. Unless it's a deck that's gonna sit there and like wait for you, like you can't wait for them to like do it, right? This deck just basically wants to like, okay, does anyone remember how Roaring Moon played in Paradox Rift format? That's basically what this deck is trying to be, right? That's the best descriptor I can give of this deck. This is basically just Roaring Moon in Paradox Rift. That's the whole point, right? That's the whole point of this deck. And I think that's very good. I think that's very, very, really good. So the issue with the Mew EX, and the reason I want to play the Mew EX because it's a good draw engine, but I also can't really play the Mew EX because you don't have the bench space for it. Is like kind of the issue. So I think, except we don't have Morpeko. Yeah, but like Morpeko was not that impactful. Morpeko was just your pivot. And pivots are less important than a deck that does not play Dark Patch. Oh, maybe Tatsugiri. No, we don't have bench space for Tatsugiri. Ugh. Oh, yeah. I think just another trekking shoe, maybe? Just go with the 3 shoes? Is this, like, fine? This is a very, like, kind of like a bog standard list, right? But I think that's kind of what we want out of the archetype, no? Like, I feel like this deck is just trying to say, like, Big Giraffe Man, do many damage, have big HP. Do you have a response to that, right? That's, like, all we're trying to do. The song says 1, 2, not 2. What, bro, what are you talking about? God damn it, Nick's scuffed. Energy Split's probably, like, fine as well, right? Yeah. I feel like this entire deck is literally just, like, go burr. Hope that works, right? I really like 4 Bravery Charm, by the way. Because I want everything to have a lot of HP. I want everything in this deck to have a lot of HP. Gives you more time to do many damage. Is me? Bro, what are you... I'm not even gonna worry about it. Raging Bolt. Actually, hold up. Teal Mask Raging Bolt. That seems like a good name. There you go. Okay. Cool. Next. Lost Box. No big damage with do big damage with Big Neck EX. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Let's see here. I kind of like don't want to build a Lost Box. I like don't care about like any of these decks. Like low key, I feel like there's like so many decks in tier 1 that there's like very little need to like think about everything else. Oh no. Let's put some Lost Zone though. Lost Box. This is gonna be your standard Lost Box shenanigans, right? Which means we're gonna be playing 4 Comfies. Because Comfie's a pretty good card, and we're gonna be playing Cram. And actually, kind of thinking, isn't like a variant of Hermione 60 like probably like the best going forward next set? Maybe, or maybe not. Low key, also like double Big Moon might be like the play. How do we build Lost Zone next set? There's definitely a couple of very interesting questions to ask here, I think. Let's see if there's anything here that's looking a little interesting. What do we got? So a lot of lists are playing Blood Moon. Oh, this is that. Huh. This is a very interesting deck list because it does not play a lot of attacking Pokemon. Let's double Sableye. Are we trying to speed to 10? Is that what this deck is doing? Are we just speeding to 10? That's interesting. I'm gonna keep that in the back of my mind for now. Let's see here. We could be doing. There's not a lot of winning lists for Lost Zone. I guess that's not too surprising. This is the same. Is this the same 60? Not quite. Huh. Very, very, very. No hands, no moon, no bitches. Nah, it's all Freddy Fazbear now. It's all Freddy Fazbear. What about this? Ah, there's an Iron Hands. But they're all playing double Sableye now. Very interesting. I mean, I guess, yeah, Jirachi stocks are, like, on, like, the fast decline. I didn't think we were already pivoting to double Sableye, though. Alright, here we go. Here's something. Cram Sable, Ninja Manaphy bundle. Bundle without hands is like Giga Cope, but this is canceling Cologne as well. We have SableZard at home for real. Team Devo. There's so okay. This is very interesting considering how we're building Lost Zone now, right? In standard. I guess I can only imagine this is like a metagame adaptation, no? See, this is how I thought people were going to play it. Well, okay, I said that, and then I saw double canceling clone, so I take that back. Oh, God. I think the answer, I think the question here is, like, how does this deck consistently beat Dragapult? And I think the issue with that is that Lost Zone can play so many different things, but you can't play a card that counters every single Lost Zone variant, or so every single Dragapult variant, right? So where I'm kind of at right now is saying maybe we just go like hard on. I like. Okay, I have a list in my head. I have a list idea here. So first of all, I do like the double Sableye idea. Let's try that. We are, however, also going to be playing Moon. We're going to be playing Gren, Inja. We're going to be playing Hands. We're going to be playing Raikou. And we're going to be blah, 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 playing the Blood Moon guy. No Mew EX, don't think we play that. That's Miraidon, we can close that. I do think we play a Iron Bundle. That's... Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, whatever. Yeah. I use Opera. I, like, really do not care that much about my browser. I just fucking cave to the ads. And I mean, shit works fine. But yeah. I don't really think about it that much. Alright, let's go Colress. And probably just do like one boss, one Roxanne, right? Keep it basic. Keep it standard. And then I do really like can we play all these attackers and still fit when I want to fit? Probably not. Like double vacuum in this? What if we like try to speed to like Alright, well, let's start with 4 Nest Balls, anyway. And, like, probably Free Poffin. Switch cart, switch. Like so. Gate is, of course, a 4 of. Rod is, of course, a 4 of. No questions asked. And then I think what we're going to try to do with this is we're going to be playing probably 2 Vacuum. If we can find space for 1 more, we'll do that. But it's probably going to have to be 2 Vacuums. Then play Prime, of course. We don't need 2 of these. We only need 1, right? Yeah, definitely only 1. Rescue board here. Goes here. I don't think we play Cologne. I do not think we play Cologne in this. I feel like Cologne's like probably always bait. Temple is a very interesting card to play in this. I'm assuming it's just to like again to like play around Legacy. 3. Why 3? Why 3 of what? Like, what are we? Bro, context. How do you beat Pult? We're first gonna hands them, then we're gonna moon them, and then we're gonna hands them again, probably. Vacuum? This isn't my list. This is literally just like a random City League list. This is not my list. I don't think we're playing 3 Vacuums. I think 2 Vacuums probably the play. We could play 3, but like I don't think we ever like get there regardless, right? Especially if like if we're playing Pokestop, then I think we do so, but we don't play Pokestop. We play Temple to make sure we don't lose to Legacy Energy and Lugia, right? Because when they come with their hands, right? We need to be able to take 2 prize cards off of it, which is going to be a response with the Blood Moon. They knock out our Blood Moon, we go in with Iron Hands to knock out the Chinchino that responds to our Blood Moon, and then we should just win because they shouldn't be able to power up 2 Chinchinos. And if they do power up 2 Chinchinos, well, it sucks to suck, right? But I think what we're like getting into here is let's do the water energies or the energies first here. I think we actually have space to play with here, which is rare. Here, there should just be like a very basic split. Gives us 1 card here. Why 2 Sable? Because Jirachi stocks are at an all-time low. This seems very fundamentally good. Is there anything like we specifically want to play? Oh, we don't play heavy. There you go. Found the answer. Yeah, we're definitely playing heavy ball in this. 2-side free dark? No. We just play this. So SableZard is back. This is literally not SableZard, but I do think SableZard is good. Yeah, this is probably just like... This is like a very basic default 60, but like that's kind of the whole point, right? Like, we can branch off and try to tech for stuff once the metagame is clear, but for now, I just think this is the way. Play Hammer. Sinnoh is always better. Sinnoh is always better in this deck. Yeah. Luminion? No. If we play Luminion, we also play Sealstone, and we also play Ultra Ball, and that is 3 cards we do not have space for. Granted, if we play that, we're definitely cutting a Raikou. Mist? Where are we finding space for Mist? And what are we attaching Mist to? Right? Like, they just knock stuff out anyway. Yeah, I think this is just, like... solid, basic... good Freddy. What, you want to attach Mist to Freddy? Why? Oh, get back in the deck, please. Why are we attaching Mist to our Ursaluna? Like, to what? Just for Dragapult and like Giratina? I don't think we care that much. Like, we do not care like that much. Like, did we just all forget we play 4 switch cards? We do realize this is like, this card heals, right? Like, people just didn't forget that, right? I'm not the only one remembering that this card heals damage, right? Because this card does heal damage, and like, that's pretty good. Like, we get to heal 120 damage per game, okay? Like, can we like actually remember that for more than 2 seconds here, guys. Mistus Cope, Jet Energy is the future. Okay. Mistus Cope, sorry, switch cards is the future. That's what I meant to say. All right. Next on the hit list is SableZard. SableZard is a weird deck right now because low-key, we might actually be able to play straight SableZard. He will get the Misty. Holy shit. Okay. Hypothetically speaking, right? Can we play straight SableZard in current standard? And not in current standard. In, like, next set. Zard and Freddy in the same deck? Probably not. At that point, you just play Crisis Punch. Just play Crisis Punch at that point. Loki does not do, like, Kyrian plus Max Belts? For what deck? Like, what deck playing Kyrian Max Belt and versus what? Put that back in there. We're definitely playing Manaphy. And we're probably also playing Jirachi. Like, this is, like, probably the only deck that plays Jirachi, low-key. SableZard versus Pult. No, we don't need to one-shot a Pult. We have no reason to one-shot a Pult. That's not how you beat Dragapult, guys. You can't just solve your issues by one-shotting it. Because you one-shot it, and then it's like, wow, look at all those resources you just used. Okay. Establish a new Pult, Roxanne. Good fucking luck, buddy. Right? Like, we're not taking 2 prize cards on 1 turn on the Pult. That's absolutely bait. I think we are leaning back into 2 Devo territory, though. Because with people not playing Jirachi, right? And E-Hammer coming back, that's a big one. E-Hammer being back means we can, like, actually just bonk Mist Energies out of play, which I think is a major deal. Because we're not, like, because here's the thing. Most decks that want to play Sinnoh right now are taking the energies that the Sinnoh is disabling out of play the same turn they play the Sinnoh, therefore getting the Sinnoh value, right? But E-Hammer, like, we're not doing that, right? We need to E-Hammer the Mist so we can keep Sableyeing that card, right? We need to get the Mist permanently out of play, right? And E-Hammer is definitely going to be better in this deck for that. So we can play Tomb, we can complete Control. I kind of just like playing this, right? Like, isn't this just like Loki kind of nice? And we can play Colress. We can do a bunch of silly things here. We can play Colress. We play Lana. We can play Mela. We have Raihan at home. We have Clara at home. There you go. They're back. This is just kind of like worse, though. I don't really know if we play Mela. I'm like sold on Mela. Because we can't like search out DTE or like search out our 1 gate or stuff like that anymore, right? So if control might be broken, Spiritomb is good. Yeah, but like I'm not ready to tech for control yet. I'm not ready to tech for control. If like the day before the tournament control stocks are on an all-time rise, then like sure we play Spiritomb, but I don't think it's like the end all be all. Mela seems kind of bait, honestly though. Like we just attach from hand. Mela, it's just free. Lana can't get rulebox back. I know, but we're like it's just for Sableye. We're like very rarely using multiple Zards in the game, and like when we are, we just rod them. It's fine. Lana is just to get our stabilize and like stream stabilize. Actually, hold up. Hold that thought. It was like Tulip. I think that's what this card is called. Put up to 4 at any combination of Psychic, Pokemon, Psychic Energy from your hand to just... No, but like, we're probably still just playing Lana, because like we can get Cram and like Manaphy Jirachi back, right? Like Fire Energies if we want to. Yeah, so like Lana's still better than Tulip. Speaking of, hi Roxanne. Does this deck play... Okay, do we consider playing Unfair Stamp in this? Or is it always just Prime Catcher? Because, like, low-key, this deck could play Unfair Stamp. I think the issue is you don't have any way to search out Unfair Stamp. So no, it's just Roxanne. We're just playing Roxanne. That's fine. I think we actually stayed to 2 Mela just because it's like a good draw out here, right? Yeah. So we're gonna play Nests. And fuck it. Let's just play 4 Poffins. Max consistency. Switch cards. And switch. There we go. Yeah, I feel like Mela is just like more. Well, hold up. Yeah, we don't have to attach it to a fire Pokemon, so I think it's like kind of fine. Can we even play Gear? We're definitely playing Gear in this. We're definitely playing Gear. For now though, we're gonna play Counter Catchers. Let's do 2. Let's play Rod. Let's play 2. I think this is where we play our 3 vacuum deck, right? Like this is our 3 vacuum, like turbo to 10, right? Definitely playing Rescue Board as well for sure. We'll get there when we get there, right? One thing at a time. Gears 2. Pitch up V. Nah, that's Cope. Nah, that's definitely Cope. This 60 is about to look very similar to what I played in Stuttgart. I'm not gonna lie. This 60 is about to look very similar to that. Little Prime Catcher. I think we're playing anything else here. Devo. We're probably playing Crisis Punch in this, maybe? Less Rod due to Lana? Yeah. Yeah. Well, we don't, like, have that much we need to, like, actually get back, so. Also, our, like, energy split is probably just, like... I'm kind of considering, like, do we even ever, like, play Gate DTE? Because, like, we can't run, like, we can't, like, Raihan for, like, either Gate or either Gate or DTE anymore, right? Lana is Super Rod to the hand. That's what Lana does. So it's just Clara, it's just budget Clara. But no rule box. Yes, but no rule box. What if we go, like, all the way back to, like, SableZard's roots, right? And we play, like, 4-2 energy split, like, Magma Basin type of thing? I don't know. Artisan. Town Store, for sure. With this many tool cards. Do we just, yeah, maybe we just, like, don't even bother. Low-key, we could play Basin. Any merit to play Tatsugiri in this deck? We played Board already. We just rather Comfy. I think we just rather always Comfy. I think Tatsugiri is, like, an instant include in any deck that doesn't already have a pivot. But, like, this does have a pivot. It's called Comfy. So I think that we just, like, continue with that. 2 cards left open. Anything I'm missing? I'm missing Heavy Ball. I think I've been missing that a lot lately. Definitely playing Heavy Ball. I think Tatsugiri is kind of bait. Like, it might be good, but I'm not ready to, like, be sure on that one. Second board isn't that bad. I'd rather use the spot for something else. Oh, we need Hammer. We need Hammer. We definitely need Hammer in this. Yeah. Also, like, low-key, I, like, really don't hate third Sableye. Tomb, no. We're not teching for control yet. We're not ready to tech for control yet. Free Lost Vacuum is just a turbo to 10. We'll just get to 10 as fast as possible. This is literally Sableye.deck. Like, that's the entire point of this deck is just Sableye, 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 right? With Cram stocks going down, like, is it bad that I, like, low-key don't hate this? Like, is this ever good? Just, like, saying only 1 Cram? I kind of like this idea. Maybe we could also play, like... Let's do this. I also don't hate this. Like just playing the 1 Mela. 3 back just to play second boss and Geary? What? No. What? Oh, second board and Geary? With 3 back just play second? No. That seems pointless. Like, I understand the point of the Geary, but like... I mean, I guess we could play Geary in this. I guess we, like, kind of could play Geary in this. How are we powering up Crisis Punch with no gates? Bro, have you read Cramorant? Have you read Cramorant? And Zard for that matter, but specifically Cramorant in this case. I, like, kind of don't hate Geary. Like, the more I think about Geary, the more I, like, kind of don't hate it. Interesting. Okay. I'm making the call to cut Mela. Tilted over a dumbass bird. What? Play Tatsugiri, and, like, I guess second board is, like, kind of nice. I don't hate second board. I don't know that we, like, need second board, though, but it's, like, pretty good. Yeah, this seems really... This, like, just seems really strong. This is literally just, like, Sableye spam the deck, right? Bro, listen. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, okay? If is Cramorant 1? Cramorant is 1. Everything in this deck besides Zard is Ursa Blood? No. No. Why? Why are we playing Ursa, like, Blood and Ursa Luna in this deck? We don't want to, like, we don't want a 2-price Pokemon to cut, like, to even, like, come near this deck, right? So, right, twice per turn, per day, real? Thanks, I'm gonna hype this up for regionals, and then you're gonna win the other one after. Damn, that's a great deal. You should do that. I mean, if it means I win a regional, right? I don't know what regional is happening in this format. We have NAIC, and then that's it. There's literally, like, there's just NAIC. That's the crazy thing. Because then for Worlds, we get the new set afterwards, right? Have fun brainstorming. Thank you. That's what we're doing today. Yeah, I like... you need Jirachi? I don't know if we need it, but, like, it's gonna make our mirrors better, right? You're gonna win Bologna with this list. We do realize that Bologna is not this format, right? Like, do people realize that? What's the deck's built-in response to hands, which is probably the main threat for the deck? It's... Oh, we don't have... Oh, that's true. We don't have Mela. That's why we're not playing Mela. We don't respond to... where's Raihan? Where's Raihan when you need him? Can we, like, unrotate Raihan? Fuck, I guess we do need to play stuff. Bologna's next weekend. It's LA this weekend, then it's Bologna the weekend after. And then it's NAIC the weekend after Bologna. I don't want to play Mirage Gate. Okay. Play one gate. You're just never finding one gate, though. Okay, we're cutting this. Just for playing. Maybe Bazin's the play. Bologna will be streamed. Yes, Bologna will be streamed. Bravery Charm on Sableye. Shit goes crazy. Yeah, it's definitely that. What's your thoughts on Raging Bolt Ogerpon? I think it's very good, but I already covered it, so look forward to watching the VOD. I think it's very good. Doesn't help. Bazin Mela. Bazin Mela is, like, probably the play, right? But, like, the problem with Bazin Mela is we only play 2 fire energies and we need both of them to attach fire, right? For random Thorns EX. But, okay, but they play Thorns, we just ignore Thorns, right? Like, we don't care if they have a Thorns in the active, we just start Sableying. Oh, I don't want to respond to Iron Hands with this deck. But, like, Zard is just, like, you only need Bazin or Mela. I mean, yeah. But then you also need to find the DTE. You don't have, like, deck search for DTE. I think that's the issue, right? Like, we don't actually have deck search for DTE. You can't exactly Sableye. Here we go. Well, this Pokemon's the active spot. Pokemon with a Roblox in play, except for future, don't have abilities. Who is it that needed me to read this card for them? All right, we're gonna pretend we never talked about that, right? Because this card does not do anything against us. All right, we need an actual response to what's its face? No, it also only says Roblox. Like, it's Path to the Peak. We don't care about Path to the Peak. No Zard? What do we play instead of Zard, then? What do we play instead of Zard? We need something, like, we could cut Zard, but, like, how do you KO it? Don't. You don't care. Iron Bundle? Nah. Iron Bundle's only if we play hands. Mirror Glass. Maybe? Actually, kind of, wait. Let bro cook. Hold up. I had a really bad idea all of a sudden. Oh my god, this energy count is beyond scuffed. Okay, hold up. Done. This is our response. There's like okay. I know we were building SableZard, but I mean, like, theoretically speaking, like, this is not like, yeah, it's like if it's on your bench as well. I mean, like, at least play Radzarina to always beat Pult. Okay, but can't we just, like, Sableye a million times? Well, let's stay play Serena. I guess we could play Radzarina at this point. Play Radiant Blastoise. Isn't Radiant, Radiant? Fine. Isn't Radiant Blastoise water energies? Yeah, it is. Alakazam. No, because if we're only attacking with Sableye, like, I don't think we care. This list definitely, like, got off, like, came out the deep end. Radiant Shadow Legends. It's like in format except Tatsu. That's like, no, E-Hammer's not in format. And Lana's not in format. Although, like, at this point, we, like, maybe just say fuck it and play Tulip, like, low-key. Oh, I didn't realize we could, like, add a cram. Wait, did I actually add a cram? Do we actually just say fuck it and Tulip? Because, like, all our energies are psychic at this point, right? Rajaraji? The reason for Lana? If we're playing Tulip, right? Like, low-key. Tulip also gets Comfy back. Listen. It might be a Tulip angle, okay? Oh, this is so cooked. This list is so overcooked. It's insane. Zatu? Nah, too far. Yeah. At Ninja for draw? Yeah, with all 4 energies in my deck. Oh my god, this list is so overcooked. I mean, like, I like don't hate Radiant Serena as an idea though. Panette? Les Vac? No. I mean, like, this is now supposed to Serena? No. Serena? Haha, okay. I like kinda don't hate this, and that feels problematic. Rod seems mid now? Now we gotta play a couple of Rods. We have other Pokemon. In this deck. Amazing list, 1-3 drop. Fucking Corvulus lost, someone just cut backs and colors for Banette the Dream. Alright, that's too much. Okay, so I know I said we were gonna I think we got a little too overzealous in the Lost Zone Kitchen here. Sableye dot deck. So you spell Sableye, right? Yeah. Okay, well, do we gonna like actually build SableZard? Are we actually build okay, let's actually build SableZard this time. This SableZard list will be playing Iron Hands though, because clearly what I was cooking earlier is is something different here. Let's build this. Sable. We can still play 2 Sableyes though. We can still play 2 Crams. Oh, maybe it's like a 1 Cram angle. I don't know. Blood Moon Ursaluna is good, but like, there's no point in playing Blood Moon in this. Like, Blood Moon is good, but like this is not the list we're playing Blood Moon in. Like, with hands we just play Jets. Yes, we probably just play Jets. We're probably gonna play like a very similar deck to what I ended up playing in Stockholm. And then this deck's game plan into Bolt is basically saying like hands good card, right? So with that in mind, let's get a bundle. And I mean, what else? When is Discord server? Probably by the end of this week. Depends on how busy I get. What else do we play in this? I don't think we play anything else. We could play Tatsu in this, but this is probably not the list we're playing. Liston. Bro, the Iron Jug. What does it do? If this Pokemon isn't active and damaged by an attack. No. No. What about this one? Also no. Okay. Roxanne. Probably like... I don't know. What do they play in Stockholm? I'm gonna take inspiration from my own list. It's not on Limitless because I'm a clown. Alright, I guess we'll scroll through my Twitter. Hold up, give me a sec. Here. Yeah, I just played Roxanne. I still really like this list. What changes enough for like this not just to be like the same 60? I also don't think like Radzard's like SableZard is like as good as I thought it was. In theory. Probably not playing Defiance Band anymore. I gotta like also maybe we just don't build SableZard. Maybe this just isn't good enough right now. Like low key. Do we play Moon as well? No, because if we also play Moon, then we're not playing Zard, and we're not, because then we just might as well just cut the Zard for a Blood Moon. But I think then this is just like always actually, I think in this format, because we have, okay, let me rephrase all that. Basically, what made SableZard good in current standard, Temporal Forces, right, is the fact that the best natural response to any Iron Hands response is Radiant Charizard, right? When you go Iron Hands, what do they respond to your Iron Hands with? A big 2-prize Pokemon? Dope. I respond to your 2-prizer with SableZard, right? Hoopa, being like the key one here, right? Like being a good answer to Hoopa, right? Almost ate my microphone. But basically, right, the Radiant Charizard was like always like, oh, okay, you kill my Iron Hands, okay, I hit you with Zard, right? And also like the Zard just being a good hand, like a good answer to like enemy hands, and then you could then respond with your own hands after they killed Zard, right? So, now that we have Blood Moon, though, Blood Moon does what Radiant Charizard used to do, and then you still play like Moon and Greninja and all that stuff. So actually, I think this deck, wherever it went, is Mega Cope. So I don't think we're going to build it. Okay, it's not that bad. We'll probably like here. Is there like a just a straight Lost Zone deck I can like throw in here, because that probably like takes the spot here, right? Also, now it looks very nice and symmetrical. We've come full circle. The point is that SableZard is ass, but Turbo Straight Sableye with fucking Minior might just be goated, okay? That's the point we're trying to make here, okay? I'm not building more Dragapult decks today. Let's build Ancient. I want to build Ancient, guys. Roaring Moon. Okay. Give me 4 of those. I don't think we're going to try to, like, do any cute gimmicky stuff with this. I think we're just going to go straight, like, balls to the walls Ancient, guys. And with that being said, we actually have a new Walking Wake. Now, this card is not that good, except it has 1 retreat and 130 HP, which means if you start it, you're not doing anything with it, but it's better than playing Screamtail because it has more HP, right? Can we test the Lost Zone Mirror next stream on PSG Live? Nah. Not doing that. Put 9 damage counters on this Pokemon's attack to, you know, like 180 for 3. I'm trying to figure out the logistics of like if we ever play water energies in this, but I don't think we ever do. That seems like kind of cap, or like kind of bait, sorry. Yeah, so we'll do this. We'll play like 1 Tusk just cause obviously we're playing Greninja, right? Sada, Explorer's Guidance. I'm just gonna check something, right? There's no like there's no like new Ancient cards I haven't heard about, right? Oh, well, that doesn't help me. Advanced Search, Ancient, here we go. Okay, what does this do? Bad. Okay, moving on. Definitely don't want to be playing 2 prizers. Yeah, there's nothing new. Okay. Well, we got these guys, but they're not good enough. They're definitely not good enough. Okay. Yeah. Why don't you talk with Greninja? No. We're like kinda cooking. Like pseudo cooking. Oh, right. Really fun new card, is like spell like this. Here we go. This guy right here. So you either choose, his name is what's it called? Kieran. Basically, it's either a switch or a plus 30. No, it's a switch or a choice belt, right? Well, choice belt, max belt. It's plus 30 to rule box Pokemon, basically, right? This card's very good in the deck. We're definitely playing this. Is going to help us kill Polt faster, right? Suicune, this is not, well, okay, Walking Wake has 1 retreat cost. That's what that's what this card says. Yeah. This is also no Miraidon. I'm almost like not sold that no Miraidon's the way to play this deck, but we're gonna try it for now. Thornest for sure. I think we're just gonna like max consistency on this. Yeah, max consistency type of deal here. Go Ultra Ball. Nah. Here. Then Spurs slash Dragapult, yeah. That's also just a different deck. I don't know what part of that you don't understand. Ancient Box and Moon are not the same deck. It's not rocket science. But yeah, no, Ancient is just objectively better than Moon next format, though, because, like, your Dunsparce just dies. Yeah, your Dunsparce just kind of dies. You play 70 HP Dunsparce? Yeah. $70 HP Dunsparce is bad because it has a retreat cost. Okay. Enough about that. Think we're doing Palkia VStar? Bro, why are we talking about Palkia VStar? Okay, what are we feeling here? I kind of forgot what cards this deck plays. We're definitely playing Rods. I don't think we're actually, like, respecting... I don't think we care enough to respect Airy that much right now. I don't think, like, with Zard not being as popular, I don't think we're playing... I don't think we're playing anything. No water E-switch? Shut the fuck up. You have been excused from talking. I'm definitely forgetting something. I just kind of forgot what I'm forgetting. I know, very convincing logic. Where's there an ancient list I can just, like, quickly look at? Sure. No, I got most of it. Okay. Yeah, so we're playing Prime Catcher in this, by the way. And then we're playing... What did I forget? Retrieval, that's right. Here, I'm going to put that there. And then we're going to go Pokestops. That's in one word, okay. And of course, Booster Capsule. Ancient Box is busted and expanded. I do not know enough expanded to know if that's true or not. We're not playing Vacuums. We're definitely not playing Vacuum. I think we're just going... How much space we have? We have one. We have +1 because we're going to be playing only 7 Darkness Energy. Something like this. So, how many Ancients are we playing? We're playing 13... We're playing 13, 17, no, 19, 23, 27. That's fine, right? That's fine? I think that's fine. What happens if you accidentally curse during the no curse thingy? We laugh at me. I don't fucking know. You redeem it and find out. No Miraidon. I think the consensus is just Miraidon's not, like, worth it. At least right now. We have one more card. It's probably just, like, always a consistency card, right? Is it ever second Kieran? No way, right? Third counter catcher, boss, Penny. I don't know. I actually really dislike boss in this deck. I actually actively do not like playing boss. Low key, maybe it's just like second Kieran. I would rather play third counter catcher than play boss. I genuinely do not think boss deck. Oh, we played bundle. We played bundle in this, right? I like bundle in this a lot more. I'm not super sold on bundle, but I think it's more value than we get from playing like third counter catcher or boss. Boss is giga bait in this deck. I wouldn't be opposed to playing playing Penny. Playing boss means you're losing the game. Like, well, so basically here's the thing. Like, boss is only very situationally a good card. Because, like, you need to have the energies, right? If you start playing, like, dark patches and shit, then, like, yeah, you can boss. But you just, like, don't get to use boss, right? Switch card is better, Penny, but boss is good. No, switch card is absolute. Do not play switch card in this deck. Please, for the love of God, do not play switch card in this deck. We're playing 2 rods, 2 counter catchers, because I think we aren't getting airied as much anymore, and I think that's definitely value. So we can kind of just, like, get away with playing the smaller counts here and, like, play consistency cards instead. I don't hate Penny, mainly just to, like, it's basically just to get the Tusk out of the active, like, low-key. Like, getting the Tusk out of the active thing is pretty important, because, like, we can Kyrian switch it, but yeah. I literally won 2 cups with Penny. Sucks. Boss is good. I do not care how many cups you won, bro. I, like... Listen. I could not give less shits about how many cups you won, okay? Bragging about your results here is not a cool move. You are not getting anywhere with that, I promise you. Yeah, basically, like, in 9 rounds of playing of Indie, I don't think I had a single situation where I wanted to play boss. Well, no, correction. I didn't have a single situation where I wanted to play boss and had boss, right? Like, you know, 3rd rod instead of 4th nest. If it's anything, we're cutting the 3rd ultra ball. We don't need 3 rods. The only reason this deck ever played 3 rods is because you don't want your rods getting airied, right? But yeah, you have 4th god, so boss wins you late game. Want late game. Yeah, but we're playing. Listen, if we're playing bundle, double catcher, prime catcher, we don't need boss. We do not need a 5th gust card, right? It's not that boss is bad, it's that you can play better cards, right? Enough arguing about that. I do think this list is just the play here, right? If we see a increase in Airy, I think you play definitely +1 rod and maybe even +1 catcher. But yeah, this is probably how I'd play the deck right now. Oh, granted, I do think this deck just gets fucking murdered in its sleep by Unfair Stamp, right? So that's my main concern. Is Wake just discard fodder? Yes. Discard, it's literally just like Screen Tail, except it has more HP, which is good. Yeah, bro, we do not care how many cups you've won. Listen, do not come into my Twitch chat and start bragging, okay? You're making yourself look like a dumbass. Let's see here. But yeah, no, I think this is just a line. Here. Call it a day, right? Play 1 singular water so I can do 20 damage with my locking leg? Yeah, I'll pass. Know how meta is gonna. I know no one knows how new meta is gonna be and what's gonna be BDF. Was there any deck you're leaning more towards? Yes, I talked about that when going over the tier lists. But I guess since we're going into a new deck now, go back to the tier list real quick. Here's what we're looking at. Tier list wise, anything in tier 1 could be BDIF. But it's probably Dragapult. Tier 1.5 decks are good as well. Tier 2 is also good. It's just probably just like outclassed by something in tier 1 or tier 1.5. All the decks in maybe are good, but not worth risking putting all your time into because they haven't been developed yet. Tier 3 is pretty mid, and then don't play Great Tusk. Because Great Tusk is like really bad. We're not building control. We're not building control because I don't have confidence I can build a good enough control list to like actually bother sharing with anyone, right? I'm gonna let my friends build. Like if control is the play, I'm not the one building the list, okay? If control is the play for NIC and I end up playing control for NIC, I will be I will be like just having Emma build me a 60, okay? That's all there is to it, right? Philip, I'm not talking about you, dumbass. All right, enough about that. I guess we'll build Zard. Dialga's very good. Dialga doesn't change at all. Dialga's tier 1 in, like, current standard. There's no reason Dialga wouldn't be tier 1 next format because its matchup spread is basically the same, right? The matchup spread is just basically the same thing. Yeah, okay. Let's build Zard, I guess. Zard is, like, definitely not as good as it has been, though. Yeah, it's not as good as it has been. We have to play this motherfucker now, which kind of sucks. Charmeleon? Charmeleon? Probably 2 of these. Charizard. It's not Charizard guy. There's no point in playing 60 HP Pidgey because that dies anyway, right? So I think the thing that's scary for this deck is TM Devo E-Hammer exists. Max Belt? I don't know. No, it's Unfair Stamp. Who am I kidding? It's Unfair Stamp. And if a deck can play Unfair Stamp, it plays Unfair Stamp. Actually... Okay, hold that thought. We're only playing 3 Charmanders. We'll play 1 million at that point, right? Yeah. Let me cook for a second. Let me get into the kitchen. Hold up. Evo Bib build? Hell to the fucking no. That deck sucks. How to play Zard 101. 1 net deck Tord. Tord will not be playing Zard to NAIC. I promise you that. This deck is not good enough anymore. However, if it is good enough, we are playing this. Is there anything else we want to play in this, though? I don't think there is. I think we stick it to this. We're just building the skeleton for now. Max consistency. Here. Here. Are we playing 4 Poffin? We are playing 4 Poffin, right? Yeah, I think we are. Definitely for Nest Ball. Or no, wait, I'm trolling. We're not playing for Nest Ball. Let me quickly get a skeleton list to look at here. I guess I'll just grab... Not that. That's too control-y. Oh, I forgot the barrel line. That's what I forgot. I knew I was forgetting something in the Pokemon line, but I couldn't figure out what it was. But yeah, it's definitely this. There we go. Kyrian's not a bad shout. Actually, that's kind of not that bad of a shout. Zard Bib could become a thing with Persian, the new thing. Says main deck brew IMO. I don't know. No. If that's the reason, then no. And 1/1 Rabaska. No. That's not gonna be the line here. That's not gonna be the line we choose. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna be playing. It's 4 nests. It's 1 nest. I'm trolling. It's for Ultra. And then basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna play only 1 back for sure. 2 rods. TM. Oh, hold up. TM Devo. I think. Kyrian's just plus 30. It just means your opponent took an extra prize. which is objectively very good for Charizard. I'll throw this in real quick. I kind of really want to play Prime Catcher. I'm just gonna like throw stuff in haphazardly for a second here. Like actually know like how much space we're working with. 4 cards left. Definitely need to play Counter Catcher. I think it's gonna be a 2 of. I like kind of want to play Hero's Cape. Oh, I forgot to put the heavy ball in. The whole concept is we're playing 3 Charmanders, so we can play heavy ball. She was small concessions are able to switch anytime. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, but we're not playing SableZard. Please stop talking about SableZard. You're not getting anywhere with SableZard. Okay. Kieran, maybe Max Belt is the line. Maybe we just don't bother with Regieleki, TM Devo, Airy. I don't know. Cleffa? No, I don't want to play Cleffa. You mean, who's talking about... Have you read chat? Philip. Oh my god. Defiance Band, Stamp. Oh, we're playing Stamp. Who am I kidding? Okay, I kind of just forgot Stamp existed. I literally just said we're playing Stamp, like, not more than 2 minutes ago. Definitely Defiance. Oh, we don't have space anymore. Fuck. We're definitely playing more tool cards, like Stone. And... Okay, we're just gonna add cards for now here for a second. Is Choice Belt ever the line? Now there's like more Lugia. Zard Bib could be good. No, no, there's literally talk about Zard Bibarrel in chat. No Artisan? Probably not. No. Oh, that's a new tab. I don't need that. There we go. Okay, so I don't think we're playing Aleki. And I don't think we're playing TM Devo. And instead, I'm actually going to go back on what I said earlier. I'm going to play Max Belt. Because I kind of had an idea. And that's the fact that... Zard, like, low-key really loves this card. Because you get to play this, and then you can play both Max Belt and Choice Belt. And then you're doing a lot of damage, right? You take it for your cards when you shit on them. I think that's the idea, right? Also, like, has really good synergy with Radzard. Turo, Airy. Maybe we just don't play Airy. We cut Palpad. No, we want to be able to Kyrian more than once. So we still play Palpad. I kind of like this. I know I was shitting on Zard, but like low-key, this is like not bad. We can also cut the heavy ball for 4th Mander, just so we don't like lose the prizing Rotom. But Stamp though? Yeah, we just rock sand them instead. Like, Stamp, listen, the reason Stamp is broken is because you can play on, like, turn 2, turn 3, right? But I don't think Zard has to do that into any matchup. Like, sure, you could just, like, skill check someone, but, like, oh, you turned on Crown 1? Okay, dumbass, Stamp, right? But, like, I don't think Zard needs to do that. Because if Zard's, like, big problem this matchup is solving the Dragapult matchup, if you solve the Dragapult matchup, you're still Zard, which is, like, kinda good. Don't know if you guys knew this. Zard's pretty good, right? So, like, maybe... No, not yet. But we'll definitely move it up, like, up here. Yeah. Or maybe we swap Dialga and Zard, actually. Maybe we swap Dialga and Zard. A hammer? I wouldn't be opposed to playing a hammer. Well, then again, what did hammer? Hammer would just be. Hammer would just be to get rid of legacy energy and gift energy and Lugia. That's what it would be for. But I think we lose to. I think we kind of just lose to Lugia most of the time, no matter what we do. Is it called Neo? Or I thought it was called Legacy Energy. Is it not? Oh, and, oh, but Neo also exists. Yeah, but I think we don't. I don't respect Neo Energy, honestly. I don't really respect that card. Yeah. I think, like, okay, the issue is we can't play everything. Oh, wait, I cut something. Wait, how did I... Wait, why am I at 59? Cut area. Oh, I didn't add second turbo back. No, wait, I still play Palpad. Wait, what did I cut? I cut something on accident, I think. Oh, wait, this deck also gets to play Tatsugiri now, though. Wait, like, we're probably playing Tatsugiri in this, no? Surely we are, right? Todayano? No, not Todayano. We're only playing 3 Manders because we're playing Heavy Ball. And Heavy Ball gets us Rotom. You could just cut the Heavy Ball for the 3 Manders, but for the 4th Mander, but I think 3 Manders worth testing. But Tatsugiri is like... look kind of good. Yeah, but like, the thing is, like, even if they do play Neo, you like kind of don't need to get rid of it. Also, don't think we need to play Rescue Board. Like, I think Rescue Board's good, but we probably don't need to get rid of Rescue Board. As ridiculous as this might sound, I actually think Zard is better off playing from ahead in this next format. Whereas, like, last format, it was the opposite. But, like, now because of Kyrian, you could actually, like, push your advantage a lot harder than you used to be able to. Right? If your opponent's taking 0 prize cards, if they're an EX Pokemon, you can still deal 260 damage to them. That's a lot. If taking 1 prize card, you could do 290. The second you're taking 2 prize cards, you're hitting Dragapult numbers with Kyrian. Like, obviously that's your supportive return, so it's not like that good, but I do think it gives Zard options that the deck didn't have before. I like Tatsugiri, though. It gives you, like, a mid-game pivot. This is probably the 60. Let's lock this. This deck looks a lot better than I actually thought it would, low-key. Which I definitely don't know how to feel about. Alright, what's next? I guess we can go into, like, some tier 2 decks. I kind of don't want to build more Dragapult 60s. We've built 2 Dragapult decks. Surely that's just enough. We're, like, new. Okay, actually, hold. We're not building Pidgeot Control. I've said this a million times. What does this Applin do? There's also Disciplined. Check for Pokemon, reveal and put into your hand. Oh, these motherfuckers have 40 HP. Ugh. And that one's not in standard. Okay. Well, it's always just Dragon Driplin, right? Yeah. What? How the fuck do I then spell Driplin? Driplin? Diplin? Oh, it is just Diplin. Okay, fuck you. Yeah, we're busted out the funny guys. This card's not good enough. Okay. It's Festival Stadium thingy box. Yep, that's exactly what this is. Oh, we might build a Reggie list after. Okay, wait, Reggie's might be funny. For now though, how do I spell Grookey? It's like this, right? Yeah. Is there any other Grookies I need to know about? Nope, there's not. Thwacky. There's none R there, surely. Okay, now I'm just sad. Thwack? Thwack. Oh. Okay, Okay. My dyslexic ass is not doing good at this. Yeah, we get to use the Boom Boom Drum. Probably just like a 3 of, though, right? I think it has to be. And then now the issue with this deck is that you kind of get, like, absolutely rolled over by Pult in the early game. And that's a problem. So let's, like, try to not make that a problem. Prevent all damage from effects of attacks from your opponent's Pokemon done to your bench. Yeah, so this will block Dragapult. I just don't really want to play this. What does this thing evolve from? What's the pre-evolution called? I actually have no idea what the pre-evolution is called. Remember, does Reggie actually play Legacy Energy Dex format? You have to play Legacy, yes. The deck has to play Legacy. Relore? There's no way it's called Relore, right? I'm getting trolled. I'm actually not getting trolled. That's tragic. Dude, this motherfucker is so ugly. Holy shit. Okay. I guess it's this one. It's probably just a 1-1. It's just a 1-1 line, but still. Well, then again, if they just kill on turn 2, then you're fucked. Maybe it's a 2-1 line. I guess it's a 2-1 line. Yeah. Yeah, it's a 2-1 line, probably. Oh, I wish we had a level ball in format. You have no idea. Okay, random thought also, like, finding our... Well, actually, we can just chain our Thwackies, actually. So, no, this is totally fine. We go here with 4 of these as a main attacker. We definitely play Manaphy. Do we even bother with a Radiant Pokemon? Like, what Radiant Pokemon would this deck play? You might have to play Grass Applin so you can get it off of Bug Catching set. Oh, that's true. I guess we are probably always playing Bug Catching set in this. Hold up. I kind of forgot that card existed. Yeah, we're playing Grass Applin. Alright, back to Radiant hunting. I just spelled it right. Wait. I just had it. It's like this, right? Yeah, okay. There we go. What does Charge Bug do? Bad. Okay. At the end of your turn, you may use this ability. Okay, why is this, like, low-key kind of nice? Serena? No, that's, like, the whole point of playing Rubaska. In the Mirror deck... In Minior deck, play Freddy Tech? No. Yeah, no, the Dragon Applin is better, but the Grass one is like... Yeah, we just gotta cram spit the Rapska. Redeem Danish mode? Okay. Nå, folkens, nu bliver den altså taget på dansk, den her. Okay, I'm gonna pause that for a second. Danish mode definitely needs to be more expensive going forward. Nå, tilbage til dansk. Ja, folkens. Okay, jamen let's tale om... I'm gonna sum all this up in English afterwards. Don't worry about it. Actually, vent lige 2 sekunder. 2 sekunder. Lad mig lige finde noget hurtigt. Jeg vil gerne lige prøve at finde en timer på en eller anden måde, ikke? Så vi kan sådan time det. Så for satan, som content jeg kommer for. Ja, men nu bliver det også dansk, ikke? Altså, nu skal vi tale lidt dansk for at flex over for dem, der ikke kan tale dansk. Så det er jo bare med at håbe, at man ikke mister for mange folk, mens man begynder at tale dansk lige pludselig, ikke? Danish mode is only for 5 minutes, by the way. Undskyld, jeg bliver nødt til at afbryde med engelsk, så bare sådan, så folk ved det. Hvor fuck finder jeg en timer på Streamlabs? Er der ikke en timer et eller andet sted? Der må det være en timer. Der må det være en timer et eller andet sted, ikke? Der er i hvert fald gået. Hvor meget tid er gået? Det kan bare sige 3 minutter. Sådan der. Men der må være en eller anden bedre måde på at gøre det efter, ikke? Bare nogen, der siger 5 timer. Vi er i gang med at prøve at finde en timer på Streamlabs, men vi kan ikke finde en. Nå, men hvad var det, vi sagde om Panda Liga? Var der ikke Liga på torsdag, eller hvad der sker? Eller var mig, der... det troede vi havde League Challenge på et eller andet tidspunkt. Irs tilstand. Det ved jeg sgu da ikke. Det ved jeg ikke engang, om det var... om det var meningen, det skulle være dansk. Du snakker Danglish. Hvad fuck skal det betyde? Ja. Der er challenges til torsdag. Jo, er der ikke det? Nå, det er torsdagen efter der er challenge. Det er torsdagen efter der er challenge. Okay. Okay. Det giver mening. Det giver mere mening. For den grund tror jeg, vi har challenge den her uge. Men nej, det er fint. Så kan jeg bare møde op og fucking judge folk indtil jeg vinder en challenge. Altså, det er fint. Ja, nå, men skal vi ikke tale mere om det her? Hvilken Radiant Pokémon tænker vi spiller? Der var også Eevee, ikke? Altså, nej, okay, nu stopper jeg. Det er jo plus 60, hvis man spiller den. Ej, men jeg sad lidt og tænkte på, kunne man ikke spille Venusaur? Men kunne da godt spille Venusaur, kunne man ikke det? Det, altså... Venusaur kunne godt virke. For du angriber, så trækker du en stor 4. Er det godt? Det må ikke... Ej, nej, det er det ikke. Måske... Du kan jo også, altså du kan også bug catching net efter den, ikke? Så det er sådan, okay. Jamen det er også lidt det, jeg tænker, Shuttlesticks, ikke? Altså man kan bare, man kan sådan bug catching set for den. Det er da meget godt. Hvad fuck spiller man overhovedet supporter? Det er vel bare sådan... research og alt muligt. Har du spillet på PvP? Hvad mener du med PvP? Jeg ved ikke hvad ellers. Altså, der spiller vi sådan en supporter. Vi kunne godt spille sådan en research, ikke? 30 sekunder tilbage. På sådan en simulator. Nå, yes. Det her dæk skal spille Kyrian. Det her dæk spiller i hvert fald Kyrian. Philip, jeg ved godt, hvad PvP betyder, din klovn, okay? Det var ikke spørgsmålet. Jeg tænker ikke, vi spiller da ikke 4 research, gør vi? Det ved jeg ikke. Næsten færdig med dansk mode. And there we go. Alright, back to English. How we doing, guys? Okay, next time for that, I'm gonna have a, I'm gonna, like, try to get, like, an actual, like, timer going, like, in the bottom right or something. I couldn't really get it, like, to find one on Streamlabs, so I had to, like, get some extension or something. Danish equals Skippy language? Nah. Danish is a fun language to know, but it's definitely just, like, not that useful when you go outside of Denmark, right? Alright, when I know we're playing this back is I know we're playing Max Belt. I know we're playing Choice Belt. I know we're playing Crisis Punch. I definitely know we're playing Crisis Punch. Oh, wait, I had an idea. It's like Blind Spot? Yeah, Blindside. Oh, but it's free energies. Oh, we also can't use Crisis Punch because we need free energies. Damn it. Wait. No, it's always Choice Belt and Max Belt. Surely. How can we... There's a limit. There's a limit on Danish mode. Don't worry. I think I set a once per stream limit on Danish mode. If I didn't, there is one now. That's a once per stream something. Okay, no, that's not the answer. How do we get to Crisis Punch? Is there a way to get us to Crisis Punch? What are your attackers? Your attackers are this motherfucker. Basically, it does 20 damage for each bench Pokemon, so it's 100. But then if you have the Festival Plaza in play, you can attack twice. So you do 100 base, right? Then you do, oh, now you're doing 150 base. Oh, now you're doing one, now you're doing 180 base. Oh, I get to attack twice. Bonk, right? Cramorant and actually low key. Wait, no. Hold that thought. Is Colress not just like kind of our best supporter? Is that Cope? Also, Venusaur is going out of the deck. Like a low key is like kind of like I don't hate this. Pretty sure the ability reads in the way that the TMs done it. It should. No, because the TMs literally say it discards at the end of your turn. This doesn't end your turn. It says twice in a row. Yeah, no. We're definitely not playing Blindside also though, right? It doesn't work? How doesn't it work? That makes 0 sense. If the TM isn't discarded until the end of your turn, then this should absolutely work. It says its own attack and Crisis belongs to... Oh, wait. What? Okay, hold up. I want to see the actual English picture of this card. Let's see here. You may use an attack twice. If the first attack knocks out your opponent's active Pokemon, you may attack again after your opponent chooses a new active. Nowhere on this card does it say that this should not work. This is the official English text. I don't give a fuck what Pokegym is saying. That's the official English text. Crisis Punch works 2 times. Guys, Pokegym is not official. Pokegym can suck my dick. I don't care. Nowhere on either Dripplin or Crisis Punch is it implied that Crisis Punch would not work twice. If Festival Grounds is in play, this Pokemon may use an attack it has twice. If it has Crisis Punch attacked, it has Crisis Punch. That's what it does. Right? If the first attack knocks out an opponent, you may attack again. Right? After they attack and choose a new active. Right? I think the text you're referring to, if this Pokemon may use an attack it has. But it has Crisis Punch if you have Crisis Punch attached to it. So yes, Crisis Punch will work. On Dripplin. I also just realized though that we're playing Crisis Punch, we have to use the Cram. Like side note, we obviously can't Cram Spit twice. But if we got free energy on Dripplin, we can do it, right? Yeah. No, if you have Crisis Punch on this guy, you get to use the effect. You get to use the attack twice. You get to Crisis Punch twice. That being said, we don't actually want to use Cram. Play Reversal? Oh, that's not a bad shout. That's not a bad shout. And we just thwacky for it. That's the cool thing about that deck. We just thwacky for everything. This is definitely a 4 Arven deck, by the way. The more I think about it, it's definitely a 4 Arven deck. We're definitely not playing 4 Colors. I came down from my Lost Zone high. 3 Kyrian's probably a bit much. We'll just Palpad them back at that point, honestly. 2 Kyrian, 2 Iono. Not clear to question who asked many times, and the answer is not unusable. It has attack of Crisis Punch that Crisis Punch has. Yeah. I think what we do is we play 4 Arven for sure, and then we're playing what else? What other supporters are we playing? Maybe we are playing Venusaur. No, we're not playing Venusaur. I take it back. We're not playing Venusaur. Oh, we need to play Bip. We need to play Bibarel in this deck. Yeah, we definitely need to play Bibarel in this deck, or else we're gonna lose to. We're probably just gonna like get shafted by, what's its face? Unfair Stamp. Unfair Stamp. Needs to play 4 of these, by the way. This card basically doesn't have text, but it is what activates this and this, right? So we definitely need to play it. Thwacky is a draw. Yes, but Thwacky's quick search if this stadium is in play. However, if they bump the stadium, Thwacky does jack shit, right? That's why. I'm gonna do reversal energy. I like that a lot. Right, it's but isn't it like kind of like Steelstone? I don't think that's how the interaction works. I'd be very surprised if that's how the interaction works. Thwacky doesn't need Festival Grounds. Wait, once you're turning, if you're oh wait, I'm trolling. If you may use this ability once during turn, if your active Pokemon. Oh, okay. I thought it was if you had Festival Grounds in play. No, it's if your active Pokemon has Festival Grounds ability. And this is Festival Grounds, right? No, this is Festival Fever. Wait, what? No, Festival Fever. Okay, I'm just trolling. Never mind. It says Festival Fever. Okay, wait. That's not what I thought it did. Okay, but that's still fine. No, that's still fine. That's still fine. I guess we don't play Barrel then. Because we just need to put many Driplins in play. Right? Yeah, okay, we just put many Driplins in play. Speaking of, how many grass are we playing? Alright, this got very convoluted very fast. But basically, we're going to be playing this. And we're going to be playing the... It's like a net. No. It's, was it Kit? No. Why 2 on Rabasca? Because if you go second, they can snipe kill the Relore, and then you put the Rabasca in play, and you're safe. You could also play 2-2, but I think that's too much. And Goldeen and the Cotton Candy. Yeah, I don't think we play Goldeen. I think we just always play this. But I guess like maybe we play like a Goldeen. We could play a Goldeen just as like a pivot. I guess it isn't like terrible. Question: if you have Technical Machine attached, one has Festival Lead ability. Can I attack with TM twice? And no, Festival Lead does not work with TMs. It has an attack. That Pokemon. What's the source, Philip? What is the source of that? It has to be an attack that the Pokemon has print on the card. Because that should not be how the ruling works unless I'm mistaken on something there. Is this some rando on the internet, or is this officially out of the Pokemon rulebook? Because I only give a shit about that if it's out of the rulebook. It's from frequently asked. Okay, but like, why? Okay, has Pokegym all of a sudden become official? Is Pokegym officially licensed by Pokemon? Because last I checked, it's not. Yeah, exactly. So like, why is that like? I'm not saying they're wrong. I could be wrong, but like I want don't stop don't sit here and talk about it as official unless it's official, right? They get it right most of the time. That doesn't mean anything. That means nothing. Like, I could be wrong, sure, but like it's the same as Force Stone's ability. I don't know if that interacts differently, but like it very well could. It very well could. Yeah, listen, if we follow the logic of reading the card explains the card, then Crisis Punch works on Driplin. If that logic applies, then Crisis Punch works on Driplin. Listen, done arguing about this, okay? Also, thank you, Lose It. I forgot what that card was called. Grass energy, grass Pokemon. It doesn't say basic Pokemon, which is perfect. Because we need to find, we need to have outs here. So, we're gonna go put that there, put that there. Right now, we'll get back. Okay. Tim says you may use the attack, not has the attack. Let's read this. This is one was actually at the end. Let's see here. When these cards at you, you can use the attack. Okay, but like, does that apply? Right? Does that not apply? When cards allowed to be played twice, unless Pikachu officially says that's probably how it's gonna work. Listen, I'm done arguing about this. Okay, there is a correct ruling. I don't know what it is. Pokemon has officially not come out with a statement, to my knowledge, and to anyone here's knowledge, apparently, right? Pokegem might be right, but they are not an official source, and therefore, I'm not going to treat them as an official source, right? While the Professor's Discord isn't the rule book, it has been stated there that the ability does not cover TM. Okay. For now, I'm going to make the assumption that the ability does not cover TM. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm going to trust a non-official source, because a non-official source is not official. That's how that works. That's not rocket science. Okay. We're done with that. These funny cards are getting cut, unfortunately. Okay. Back on topic. I want to figure out what supporters we're playing. We're probably playing... I know I just said supporters, but I'm going to throw this in while I also throw in a boss. Bro's the kind of person to not use Wikipedia. No, I'd use Wikipedia. Listen, I'll take information with a grain of salt. Like, I still trust judges, but not official is not official. That's not rocket science, bro. Yeah. Let's see here. We're playing boss. Any like other one of supporters we want to play here? Because we're definitely playing Palpad, right? Like, we're definitely playing Palpad. We're probably also playing like at least a couple of Nest Balls, right? Nest Ball is just always worse than Poffin in this deck. Do we even bother playing Nest Ball? Like, low key, do we even need do we need that much Pokemon search? There's a reason the professor won't let you cite the wiki. I mean, that's a good point. Definitely play like multiple. Oh, hold up. How do I spell Roseanne? Here we go. Pokemon, Tool, Stadium, Energy. That sounds like a lot of good cards. Unfortunately, we can't Roseanne and Kieran in the same turn, but it lets us recycle Max Belt, which is probably worth it. I'm trying to figure out, like, what this deck even wants to play. We just play more damage modifiers, right? Like, we're already playing the damage modifiers we can play. We're probably, I guess we're just playing Defiance. I guess we'll play 2 Defiance, I guess. I don't know. I guess we'll play the Goldeen. We'll play Goldeen and Skateboard. The Goldeen's probably the one with the best attack because it is discard energies. And then what we just do with it is we just use a rescue board. Just in case like we don't have multiple because we don't have multiple Driplins in play, we can't just promote a Driplin. TM Evo. If TM Devo work, like, well, so we just made the assumption that TMs don't work with this guy, right? So I don't think we play it. If you want to play Pivot, play Tatsu board. No, so Goldeen is better because Goldeen has Festival Fever, which allows you to use Thwackey, right? Because Thwackey only works if a Pokemon with Festival Fever isn't the active, right? That's why the Goldeens are better Pivot. How many energies do we don't play? Like 6? 5? 5 maybe? And then like rods? Definitely like 2 rods, surely. Team is still good without the ability? True. I guess if we're going second, we're playing Arvins anyway, right? We're playing the Arvins anyway, so I guess we might as well. Oh, true. We could insta evolve our. Wait, we could insta evolve our Rabaska. Oh, okay. We're cutting this motherfucker then. So you're using Cynthia's Ambition. Do you think it's necessary? Necessary, no, but it's probably like one of your best supporters. I think the issue is that like any turn you're not using Kyrian is probably like bad, right? Like low key, because like this card just like helps your damage so much. Yeah. I guess we play the 4th Thwackey. Might as well. Pokegears? That seems reasonable. Pokegear seems good. Like, I'm kind of like, I feel like it's just consistency, right? Got Thwackey again. I mean, like, this seems consistent, no? This seems good. Like, this seems genuinely good. This deck is better than I kind of thought it'd be. Lana's Assistance? Probably not. Like, the thing is, like, we get the Thwackey 3 times. Like, do we actually realize how broken this card is? This deck seems, like, really good. Insta Evolve or Rabaska. We kind of just need to make sure like stuff isn't prized. Do we need Ultra to search Evo? No, we have bug catching. We have bug catching set. Yeah. Well, realistically twice, but like that's still double quick search. Like that's nuts. Like that's ridiculous. That's super good. We're protected from Greninja. We get fucked by Canceling Column, but like that's kind of fine. I'm gonna check something real quick. Oh, can I just search the ability name? Fine. Hold up. We'll just do this instead. Give me a sec. It's the Goldeen. And then I think it's Swirlix, right? Is Swirlix better? No, Swirlix is Psychic Energy. It's definitely not better. Yeah, we're not playing Psychic Energies for that. You mean Starbirth every turn? Exactly. We cut Rad Venusaur for extra hand fill. Yeah, I feel like the Rad Venusaur was just a play a Radiant Pokemon. I don't think it's actually like good. Okay, hold up. No, I was about to say something dumb. I feel like the whole point here is just like maximizing the damage we're getting out of Driplin, right? I feel like the whole point is like maximizing damage out of Driplin. So like Double Defiance, maximum choice belt. Roseanne like seems good because it gets his max belt back. I think the crazy thing about this deck is we just search everything out. Double Rod. I think this is good. I think this is a list, right? Do we need Heavy Encased Roller or Manaphy is prized? Well, I think it's like kind of just a matchup thing where like if you prize either like Roller or Relore or Manaphy in the matchups you need them, you just go next, right? I think it's just how it's gonna have to work. Because then like you can't get like if Rabaska's prized, you're fucked, right? And also that means you're not getting like not getting like Poffin from Arven, right? So you're playing cards in deck. What about playing Judge Roxanne, Area to Disrupt? I think the issue is that like you always want to be playing Kyrian like almost every turn to like hit numbers, right? I think that's the main thing. Like low key, we might actually just play 3 of these, but I think for now 2+ Pop Pad is fine. Yeah, I think this is just a 60. Yeah, we just call the deck Festival Fever. Okay, I actually think this deck is a lot better than I initially thought it was. This deck seems ridiculous. You just need to, like, as long as you get to put your Rabaska into play. Like, maybe we're playing 2-2. We might actually be playing 2-2 Rabaska. Or Rapska. It's called Rapska. I'm, like, adding an extra A. Does Vitality have space in the deck? Why would you play Vitality over Defiance? Like, if you're ahead, you already have a Max Belt and Choice Belt. And if you're not ahead, you have Defiance. Also, side note, Kyrian plus Defiance is actually like exactly enough to kill Dragapult. Oh, we need Vacuum. We need Vacuum in this deck. I'm cutting a Pokegear for it. I think that's fine. We need to play a Vacuum in this deck. There we go. To get rid of Heroescape. I've been waiting to build this for a while. I just read Vacuum. I was like, yep, I'm building this. I don't care a little win out locals. Real. I'll do this. Just like make it more aesthetic. But this seems like really strong. Because like once this gets going, you just get to thwacky a million times, and like you always have what you need. Like you physically can't whiff. Like how would you whiff with this deck? Yeah. Interesting. It might be like a 2-2 Rapska line though, like in the future. Okay. How much time? We have 5 minutes. 4 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna spend the rest of the time going over the tier list then. So here's the tier list we made earlier today, right? And basically, what's worth noting... actually, is there anything I want to change? I like Loki kind of want to move this up. I want to put it here for now, though. We're like gonna leave Diplin in maybe tier. Rat, you can take a screenshot. You can take a screenshot of the list, like in a couple minutes when the VOD will be up on Twitch. All right, going off the tier list. Tier 1. Every deck in Tier 1 has BDIF potential, or is like beating like every other deck in Tier 1, right? I think the Tier 1 decks are the best decks. I think these are the decks to look out for going into NAAC. I think it's just the best deck in the format, right? Tier 1.5, all of these decks have potential to be in Tier 1, but they also have potential to be in Tier 2 very easily, kind of depending on how the meta ends up panning out. All of the tiers are ordered, which means that any deck, what's it called? Any deck in top of Tier 1, I should say, or Tier 1.5, there we go. It's like more likely to be in Tier 1. Like, if you didn't want to have a Tier 1.5, Zard to ride on the Ogerpon, go to Tier 1. Dragapult, Pidgeot, Dragapult, Zatu, and Ancient Box go to Tier 2, right? Don't know where this goes, but yeah. Tier 2, good decks that are just kind of outclassed. Namely, just the fact that Block Slacks is just worse than Pidgeot. Roaring Moon is probably just worse than like other like big beat stick decks like Lugia, Dialga, Miraidon, and Ogerpon. Although like if we're just going to go like basic decks, it's like probably just worse than like Miraidon and Ogerpon. Same with Turbo Hands, but just worse than Miraidon and Ogerpon. Pow again. Would normally be really good into this field, except Dragapult with Unfair Stamp just completely shits over it. What's the reason behind Lost Zone Tina being better than Lost Zone Box? Tina has more HP and does more damage. That's it. That's the only reason. I think it's just better. Although Comfy could be up here. Like, this could be up here, but again, we'll see how that plays out. Arc decks are fine, but kind of like lack anything special they do in this set. I don't think you have anything like any particularly good or bad matchups. You just kind of exist, and I don't think that's good enough. Finally, SableZard, as we found out, doesn't really do anything better or worse because Blood Moon exists, and Blood Moon is just better. However, if you want to be really funny, you could play Turbo Sableye deck, which is a very funny deck that we accidentally built. So yeah, that's fun. Maybe tier. Maybe tier is decks that I think are very good, have potential to be very good. However, we don't have the time before NAIC to like justifiably start playing and testing these decks when you could just play it safe, because NAIC is the not only the most important tournament of the format for so many people, but it's also the only and last tournament of that format, right? Which means spending time trying to build one of these decks is just not worth your time when you could be focusing that energy into like a tier 1 or tier 1.5 deck. So yes. Tier 3 decks are kind of just mid. Like, they're viable, sure, and you could bring them, sure, but your matchups aren't good, or you're lacking consistency, or whatever it may be, and it's really just not worth playing over something else. And then finally, we have Great Tusk tier. This deck sucks. Don't play Great Tusk. It literally beats nothing. Okay. Thank you guys so much for coming by today. Here's all the decks we built. All these deck lists will probably be posted on Twitter alongside the tier list later today, whenever I come home at some point. No Reggies. Unfortunately, we didn't build Reggies today. Kind of got stuck in Festival Fever land for a little too long. But, yeah. Here's the decks built today. Thank you guys so much for coming by, tuning in, and watching me build a bunch of Twilight, Masquerade, decks, Unranked, and Arbok. Arbok's not real. But yeah, next stream will be tomorrow. We're going to be playing some Late Night. I have no idea if Late Night is going to be next set or current standard, but we're going to be playing regardless, and it's going to be fun. So be there. It'll be a good time. 6 p.m. European Central Time, and then of course there's going to be a stream on Friday as well, where we'll be going to be grinding the ladder, playing some Twilight Masquerade decks, probably with a lot of the deck lists I built today. So that's it from me. A bunch of buttons down below. Check out, I don't know, coaching on Metafy, Twitter, YouTube, or whatever you're interested in, right? All the links are down below. You can find them there. If you're not interested, then don't be. I can't force you, right? With that being said, thank you guys so much for tuning in. See you guys tomorrow.